inside he goes. There's a little bit of contact between the two of them. Oh, it's contact. There's contact. And there's contact between Cheryl Paul and Campbell Pilling.
Good morning and welcome to round 2 of the 2024 Daniel Ricciardo Series here at a bitterly cold Little Rissington. I'm Ben McPhillips. It's going to be a pleasure to have you joining us throughout the course of the day. Drivers actually out on circuit at the moment in the DRS 125s as they get their warm-up session completed, and we've got them out on track with the other owner-driver category, the 100s. We'll hear a little bit more of them in a moment from now, but we're of course going to be having a look back at the DRS 35s who were out on circuit yesterday, the other arrive and drive category. The 45s will be out on track shortly for our first session featured on this stream. Their qualifying session will begin at 11 on the dot. But for now, we are going to take a look back on the proceedings from yesterday in the DRS 35s when Ben Hunt managed to clinch the pole and 2 of the race victories. But in the one that really matters the most, he was beaten by Harry Myatt Waldron to the checkered flag. And we are now going to take a look back at the podium ceremony from yesterday's proceedings. Good afternoon and welcome to our podium presentation for the DRS 35 Arrive and Drive category here for round 2 of the Daniel Ricciardo Series here at Rissington. And first of all, we're going to speak to Andy Cox, the director of the series. Andy, we are of course competing with the DRS 35s here for the DRS plate this afternoon. Just tell us a little bit more about that.
Yes, so obviously this round is part of the whole championship, and we alternate DRS 35, 45 on different events. And what we also have once a year is, with the owner drivers, is whoever wins the round on that day, they got their cart number that they're running, and at the end of the year, between 1 and 9 is seeded, and it's 1 to 9 for 35s and 45s is also seeded. But this weekend we're running the DRS plate, which gets awarded the DRS plate, Daniel Ricciardo Series. It's like a little open champion for the year, which they can run for the rest of the year. So they can change their number, even in DRS 35 or 45. The winner today will be DRS, and they'll get a new DRS plate to run on their kart for the year and into the start of next year. So it's a little bit of recognition, a little open champion for the year. But of course, you're all still racing for that number 1 plate or 1 to 9. And at the end of the season, we have, as you found out this year, we have a big awards evening, which is fantastic, music, 3-course meal, everything. So we've all got that to look forward to in January, and you can all get dressed up, and yeah, it'll be fantastic. But for now, today we're awarding this plate.
And of course, we've got some extra little prizes as well with these nice replica helmets. These, I believe they're half scale. If you just want to tell us how those have come about.
Well, if you want to try and get that on your head, be my guest. But no, these are being very kindly sent by Daniel. Every year he does one of these little mini helmets. Of course, this is the 2024 one. The 2025 one is not out yet. That'll be out in a couple of months. But yeah, so he called up and said he's going to send us some stuff. So we've got some of these. So this is the first race where we will be awarding these to the podium today, tomorrow. And there'll be some other races where these will be available. So if you didn't manage to get on the podium today, don't worry, you will get another chance.
To introduce the winners of some of those special prizes for this afternoon, we're going to go with our DRS 35 podium ceremony right now. And in third place was Gillen Townshend.
Get your pictures. Okay, well done, Gillian.
And in second place was Ben Hunt.
Well done, Ben. Well done. Number 2. Okay. Well done, Ben.
And our DRS 35 winner for round 2 was Harry Meyer Waldron.
Well done, H. Brilliant drive, well done. Put there. Right, I'm going to put that there. And then, put that there. You have to hold that up. Hold it from the bottom, that's it. There we go. Big smiles, boys. Well done, everybody. Guys, if you just wait there. Mums and dads, if you want any pictures, come forward. If you want to get any pictures, go.
So, loads of great prizes for the drivers that managed to get themselves onto the podium yesterday, and the same will apply. The DRS plate up for grabs in all of our classes. Just a quick clarification, we mentioned earlier the DRS 45 qualifying session will be starting at 11. So actually the gate opens at 11, so it won't quite be go at that point. So we'll have a slight delay to our proceedings here. Well, not a delay, just a delay to what we have told you. Of course, will be the difference there. So Harry Meyer Waldron in the end coming out on top there in the 35 grand final. It means that he leads the championship in that class by a single point. I believe there's still drop points still to come. Eskild Hewitt is in Marcus Golanis Sinai, who is 30 points back in fourth, and then Alexander Lekshinsky is 45 points off of Meyer Waldron's championship lead. So we've got the 45s, of course, coming up. And it's going to be fantastic, actually, to see them competing, because we've got some 15 different drivers that are going to be racing on the grid this morning, and of course going through to the afternoon. A couple of new additions for this weekend, and a couple as well who've actually switched from the 35s to the 45s. So that's a fun little scenario for them, because they've already been featured on our live stream. Shot at it here during the course of today's proceedings, as of course we get ready for them. And in the 100s, it's Liam Karabelov, who you might say let one slip possibly at Chennington. He certainly looked to be the fastest in terms of pure pace, but he just couldn't quite get himself in front of Freddie Farrell on that day when it counted. But he took advantage of his pace here this weekend. Yesterday he got the pole position with a 42.683, and he's just under a tenth ahead of Kai Newman there. And Farrell, interestingly, is back in 10th. He has got plenty to do if he wants to come anything like close to having as good a day as he had out at Chennington. Of course, it's absolutely going to be no clean sweep for him. Could probably a clean sweep of races, but it would take something quite spectacular indeed for that to happen. Less than half a second from 1st to 12th in the DRS 100. So as always, it's a fantastically competitive field there, and the warm-up made things look pretty interesting too, because Farrell actually got himself up to 4th place. Karabelov was again fastest at 42.723, but Farrell exactly 2 tenths behind him and over a tenth and a half quicker than he was in qualifying, which is interesting because you wouldn't necessarily expect to see track improvement like that after they've barely run to start the day. So it's interesting to see that Farrell was right up there in fourth, and it does rather suggest that he's got a bit of pace in hand that he simply just wasn't able to show during the qualifying session yesterday. So watch out for him maybe to come through the field in the first of the DRS 100 heat races. That one is going to be coming up at 11:35, they will be out on circuit, and they will actually be the first. Sorry, no, not the first heat race of the day. We're actually going to have the. It's a little bit confusing, that schedule. It's a little bit different to normal. So the 45s will be out on track first, and then the 100s will be out for their heat race, then the 125 heat race, and then we have another 45 session, which can only be their... that will be their pre-final, it appears, and then we will head for a lunch break. So it's a slightly different schedule to what we have normally. So, as we mentioned, first to 12, half a second between them in DRS 100. Meanwhile, in 125, it was a bigger gap than that between first and second. But between second and the very back of the field, there was less than a second. So even though Sam Faulkner seems to have it all his own way in the 125s, behind him, it's anybody's guess as to who's going to be his closest challenger. And that's why when you hear our interview with him in a couple of moments, you'll hear a rather diplomatic answer as to who his biggest challenger could be. And the reason why he's given that answer is probably because it's actually the right one. Let's go to that interview now with our two pole sitters in the owner-driver classes, Liam Karabelov in the 100s and Sam Faulkner in the 125s. With Liam Karabelov and Sam Faulkner, our pole sitters for tomorrow in DRS 100 and 125 respectively. We're going to start with Liam first and foremost. Obviously a bit of a strange setup here with a double mic. Obviously, we're trying to accommodate the on-track commentary as well for this afternoon. Liam, your first pole, I believe, you've been right at the front, right at the sharp end, particularly in the first round of this season up at Chennington. Didn't quite manage to get yourself a win there. How are you going to make the difference tomorrow?
I'm just going to push really, really hard. Just try my best. Just try to pull away from the back. And hopefully just get a clean sweep, collect some points for the championship, and try to win it.
There's already a 24-point deficit between the first and second in 100. It's normally one of the more competitive classes. You confident that it's not going to be a runaway for Freddie this season?
He will be a challenge at some point again in the season. He has done okay today as well, but I feel like tomorrow I have a good idea that I will win. So, yeah.
Well, good luck to you for tomorrow. Cheers, Liam. Sam, if I can actually just get you both to swap places, just so I can bring you across to our side. Sam, regular weekend for you, I guess.
Kind of, yeah. It was a good lap, I think. Got the lap in early, and yeah, only did 4 laps, I think. But the tyres only last 3 laps at their best, so I knew it was done pretty much within the first 5 minutes of qualifying. So, yeah.
Tends to be the 125s where the tyres throughout the course of the day are going to take their toll, and it's going to be difficult for you to keep them going through to the final. How much of a challenge is that going to be this weekend?
Yeah, there's a lot of flat-out corners there which take life out of the tyres, and so I think the forces are higher than the juniors. So, yeah, I think it'll be quite important tomorrow.
Where do you see your main challenge coming from tomorrow?
I'm not. I think it depends who keeps the tyres alive, I think, more than anything for the final. The final will be a long race, so I think it will come down to that.
Well, cheers, Sam. Good luck to the pair of you tomorrow, and we'll see you then. Back here at Little Rissington, following our interviews with Liam Karabelov and Sam Faulkner, the two pole sitters in the owner-driver classes, and Karabelov, of course, top of the time sheet in the 100s, which looked to be fantastically competitive. Faulkner running away with things, certainly in 125s, but behind him, just as competitive it would appear, with, of course, a second between second place and the back of the grid. So should be set fair for an absolutely fantastic day of racing. And one of the things that was pointed out in the driver's briefing is just how much the track is expected to grip up throughout the course of the morning, and so that should lend itself very nicely to some good racing throughout the course of the day, as we look to see who can get the best of the conditions for the moment in, of course, what will start with the DRS 45 qualifying, and then we'll go into the free heat races before we go to our lunch break here at Little Rissington. So these drivers expected to be out on track in around about 5 minutes or so. So we'll do a little bit of housekeeping for the moment and go back through what happened at Shennington for these DRS 45s, because it's a fantastic set of races that these drivers had. Of course, these were the first of the arrive and drive categories to really get their shot at things at Shennington on the Saturday, and some of the drivers were not as up to speed as quickly as some of the others, but when it got to the grand final, they all just seemed to merge together, and we had some 6 different drivers that were in contention for victory. We had a couple of incidents, unfortunately, that took a couple of contenders out of that battle. Solomon Adeniji, Zane Perry, and Jack Edger were all involved in incidents, not necessarily their fault, but just incidents taking them out of contention for victory, and it ended up with Leo Edger taking the win there. Odie Hole was one of those who really had a tough time getting up to speed earlier on in the day, but as the day progressed, he was competitive and superbly so, and then Callum White, of course, actually took the win on the road before a post-race penalty, and that put him back to 3rd place. And it's safe to say, I think it's safe to say really that in general the arrive and drive categories really stole the show at Shennington in terms of providing the majority of the entertainment. Of course, you didn't get to see these 45 drivers on the stream, but I can tell you for a fact they were almost as good as the 35s, which were absolutely amazingly competitive. Of course, we had that photo finish in the heat race that you saw on the stream at the last event at Shennington, and hopefully we'll get more of the same here from the 45s this weekend, and they're due to be out on track shortly. So that's how things stand among the arrive and drive classes. Meanwhile, the 100s are going to be interesting. Of course, one of the things that we pointed out there when we spoke with Liam Karabelov was that Freddie Farrell, of course, having swept qualifying and all of the races at Shennington, it means that he's got a 24-point lead in the championship, which is already a lot bigger than the margin by which the DRS 100 championship was decided between Charlie Ratford and Jack Robinson last year. So that's something of a turn up for the books, and quite surprising to see in what is normally the most competitive of the categories here in the Daniel Ricciardo Series. So that, you never know, it might well be the biggest margin that we have between first and second in the championship throughout the entire year, and it'll come after the first round. It's actually just 3 points between second and fourth, 2 points rather, between second and fourth. Dorian Maddock on 301, Kai Newman on 300, Karabelov on 299, and Karabelov, of course, is the favourite to make inroads into that deficit. Of course, we do wait to see how Freddie Farrell is going to come through from 10th place. Meanwhile, in the 125s, it was a clean sweep for Sam Faulkner. Ethan Critchley was his closest challenger at Shennington through most of the weekend. Faulkner had 2 quick laps in qualifying that were quick enough for pole. There was not really much significant opposition that came his way in the 3 races. Probably the grand final, if anything, where Critchley was able to keep him honest the most. Interestingly, Ethan Critchley, I don't believe he is actually here this weekend. We just take a look on our timing screens, and yes, he is not there. So no Critchley this weekend, which means that Charlie Ratford will look forward to the opportunity to step up into the role of closest challenger, but he finds himself back in 7th for the first of the 1-2-5 heat races, with Archie Potter and Archie Cole up there. Archie Cole was a bit of a surprise up there in 3rd place. It'll be interesting to see if he can keep his position up towards the front of the grid there, as we see the track map here of Little Rissington. And this is really a historic venue for the British go-karting scene, and it's one, of course, that features that highly unusual dogleg out towards the back of the circuit here. That very, very tight left-right chicane with one of the biggest stops you'll see in certainly at a go-karting venue, and it should be the action point this afternoon. It's certainly one of those corners that just feels out of place on a go-karting circuit. Really feels like something that belongs maybe somewhere like Monza, or maybe somewhere where you've got a temporary kind of layout and you just need to throw something in there. It does feel kind of bolted on compared to the rest of the layout, but it is certainly an anomaly that's always worth looking out for, and so that will be, we hope, the action point for the weekend. Of course, there are plenty of other corners to look out for as well, but that's probably going to be the main overtaking area. So we've got about 3 minutes to go before we get the 45s out onto the circuit. It may just be worth mentioning, actually, some of the new names that we've got out there. Bailey Collins did not feature at Shennington. Also, Leo Belamenko. Charlie Simmons was in the 35s, and also we have a newbie in Marcel Markovic and Marco Anton Dakin and Harvey Preen. Dakin is in the 26, Preen in the 23, Markovic in the 27, Simmons moving over in 22, and Belamenko in 21, Collins in 17. So the numbers for you to look out for on the broadcast. And of course, for those of you new to the Daniel Ricciardo series, you're going to see all the graphics showing where the drivers are in terms of their race position, and of course their qualifying position while they're qualifying as well. So you'll be able to see exactly what's going on with them as they are going around the course. You might not necessarily see them on the stream, but you'll always be aware of how they are getting on. So we're waiting any moment now. We should be just 60 seconds away from our first track action of the day here, as the gate opens for the 45s. And of course, those of you watching the stream can see the schedule for the day coming up, so that should give you the full rundown of everything you need to know. And here you see the front of the dummy grid now for our DRS 45s, and we'll have a quick look actually at the warm-up results for these drivers. We can see that fastest of all was Zane Perry on a 53.920. He was 3.5 tenths quicker than Harvey Preen. Callum White third. Of course, the driver that won on the road at Shennington before being relegated, as the drivers are now out onto the circuit. White was almost 8 tenths off the front. Very, very close then between White and then Solomon Adeniji in 4th, Jack Edger in 5th, Odie Hole in 6th, and Cooper Campbell-Lease in 7th, actually back to Billy Priest in 8th. Between he and third place White, there's just 3 tenths, well actually less than 3 tenths, less than a quarter of a second actually, between those 6 drivers. So it is competitive around that area. Suspect some of them, of course, because that's the only time they've run so far this weekend. They're still going to be finding their feet a little, you would suspect. So you'd expect to see things become much more competitive as the day progresses, especially as things really begin to count, starting with this qualifying session, and we can already see that they are beginning to start their flying laps. Just looking now at the dog leg to see the lead driver on the road coming through there. I'm just trying to see the number. It appears to be 24, which would be Cooper Campbell-Lease. Let's see if we picked that out correctly. No, we've got that completely wrong, actually. It's number 11, Odie Hole, that's coming through there. Can be difficult at times to pick out these darker number plates as they come through to complete their first flying laps. And it was Odie Hole, actually, that used the benefit of clear air to post a very impressive lap time, actually, on a 53.8, so already faster than the fastest time we saw in that warm-up session. And Odie Hole actually himself was on a 54.732, so he's already exactly 9 tenths of a second quicker than he managed in the warm-up. So that's exactly what we were talking about with these DRS 45s. They're just going to get better and better as the day progresses. The sharpest rate of improvement, due to the relative lack of practice sessions, is definitely going to come from this group of drivers. Campbell-Lease is up to second with a 54.135 on the timing screens, but then the one of the new arrivals to the Daniel Ricciardo Series, Harvey Preem, is up into second on a 54, just under a 54.1 there. So I wonder how many of these drivers we will see dipping into the 53s. You would imagine that with the track evolution, there certainly may well be a few more names able to do that. Of course, it's not going to be tended to arrive at a few of these meetings here in the Daniel Ricciardo Series. Well, we've had overnight rain, and so the track evolution is really sharp as a result of that. But the consensus here is that even though we've not had any rain, the track is still very much rubbering in. As you continue to watch Odie Hole on the stream, and we're just going to go through the field. We can see that Zane Perry, of course, he was quickest in the warm-up. He is on a 54.3 at the moment, very close between he and Callum White for fourth on the grid there. Just looking through the field, looks like there's been an improvement there from Solomon Adeniji. No, he's now been pushed down the order as Leo Edger and Billy Priest move up to 6th and 7th. Of course, Leo Edger, our winner from Shennington, down in 10th, interestingly, in the warm-up session. And up in 6th at the moment, so it's a little bit better for him. Again, maybe just one of those examples of certain drivers trying to play themselves into proceedings here at Little Rissington. Over the line comes Odie Hole again, as we now have, I believe, I just saw 3 minutes left. It's actually showing now as 2 minutes 30 to go in this qualifying session, so maybe 3 potentially could squeeze in a 4th lap there. Trying to do the maths in my head, should be 3 laps. You're never realistically going to get to do anything more than that. As you're now watching Harvey Preen, who's currently in 2nd. He's on a 54, almost a 54 flat, just 7 thousandths off of that mark. There's a move and a spin. Actually going there into the dogleg. Sure, we'll see a replay of that in a moment. No contact. The driver that was behind there did a very good job of swinging to the outside and avoiding being collected as Zane Perry goes up in a second and does get into the 53s on a 53.883. That's exactly half a tenth off of pole position, as we see that incident from a different angle. A move up the inside, not working out, bailing out of it and spinning in the process. Unfortunately, nobody being collected. Leo Edger is up into 4th on a 54.074. That's going to push Camel Lees down to 5th. And except from Harvey Preen, it looks as if everybody that we've got up towards the front at the moment was in action at Shennington. So the benefit of the additional track time is certainly being reflected on the timesheets. The second highest of those new to DRS is Bailey Collins. They're moving up into 9th place as these drivers begin what I believe will be their last time lap now. As we see, we're just looking out as there's an overtake that you can see on circuit, actually still side by side there. That's 17 who is Collins, and there's a 20. I couldn't quite see who that was in the green overalls. It is Preen. We thought we saw 23 there, and it was indeed. So checkered flag is out, and Odie Hole and Zane Perry both come over the line. Just going to see if there's any improvements. There is from Collins in 10th, and that will do it. So excuse me, it's actually Collins being pushed down to 10th there by Solomon Adeniji, who was in 9th place there in the end. So as we take a look at our timing screens, it is Odie Hole on pole position, of course finishing 2nd in the final at Shennington. Zane Perry will be in 2nd. Harvey Preen is pushed down to 3rd late on there. Leo Edger in 4th, our winner from Shennington. Cooper Campbell-Lease in 5th, and then Callum White in 6th. And the gap, actually, 1st to 6th in the end, was 0.3 of a second. So it's looking very competitive here in the DRS 45s. Leo Belamenko in 11th, less than a second off of the pace. And it makes you wonder, with a bit more track time, some of these drivers that are new to the Daniel Ricciardo Series, get those right up there with a little bit of extra track time, and who knows what can happen. Could be even more competitive than it is right now. Plenty to be excited about. Definitely a good appetizer in the DRS 45-hour Arrive and Drive category that gets to feature on the stream today. We will have the DRS, it should be the DRS 100 heat race that we are going to get next up. Our first heat race will be 9 minutes plus 1 lap. We will get that shortly.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, 21. God,
Yeah.
21.
Yeah, so there should be someone. They're not here.
Coming last again, please. Yeah, so just shuffle up one. So was he here, was he?
The old man's coming.
procedure, the pre-race procedure, of course, before the start, is that they will use the gearbox layout. This will allow the drivers to form up correctly within the tram lines and ensure a safer start. It means that the driver on pole position isn't going to get a big advantage by just accelerating in a zone before the final corner that will allow them to get a couple of kart lengths ahead. That, of course, that's exactly what we don't want here in the Daniel Ricciardo Series. So that's why you're seeing them use the outer circuit, the gearbox layout, as they come to the start here. They're very, very quick, it appears, on the run to the start line at the moment, and now they're just getting slowed up. And of course, it is Liam Karabelov on pole. Kai Newman is alongside him. Maximilian Reed in third. And here they come, beginning to accelerate. And we go racing. And Karabelov holds the inside tight for second place there. Newman was really struggling to get through the first corner and up onto the curb there. I believe that was Hoy in the white helmet trying to get alongside Newman there. And they come round in good order. No incidents early on here as they're looking to protect the position. There was Newman from the move to the outside going into the dogleg there, and everyone gets through there safely as well. So Karabelov looking to take charge as Reed has come into second place. Across the line they come for the first lap being completed. It was actually Nyron Evans that was up on the curb there in that second corner, and right behind Karabelov already is Reed. Was almost too close to him there going through the third corner. And down towards the dogleg they come. And almost side by side going through the exit there were Reed and Karabelov. It looks as if at this stage of the day you've always got to worry about the tyres and how they go throughout the course of the day, because you've got to preserve them for all three races. But at this point it appears as if Reed's the one that's got the pace. Cassidy Southall is up in 6th place at the moment. I believe we're actually seeing the lap times on the timing screens, and hoping that the intervals between each of the drivers. But for now, Karabelov brings them through to the elbow. And into the final corner now. Top four right together. Nice little battle for 5th and 6th as Southall now sets her sights on Hoy. Through the top bend they go down towards the back of the circuit. It's interesting that's called top bend because, of course, it is downhill here at Rissington. I suppose the very bottom of the hill is actually towards the side of the track. You see them coming through now as they now come through the middle bend and up towards the elbow once again. Looks like everybody for now just really trying to bide their time for the moment. There are moves to be made. There are drivers that are quicker than their opposition. Actually, it does appear that we did miss a move as Cassidy Southall has actually gotten ahead there of Ben Hoy and into 5th place. The top four remain as they were. Karabelov leading Reed, Newman and Evans. Up there in 7th place is our leading novice. That's Josh Mills, having a fantastic day so far. Fastest lap on that previous tour was Nyron Evans up there in 4th. And the top 4 separated by just 5.5 tenths. As Evans actually looks like the one closest to a move and almost making a move there. Going into the dogleg, thinking better of it. A couple of instances there, you just see drivers begin to pull alongside, but not able to make the pass just yet. As round they come once again for the 6th time, as here we look at our championship leader Freddie Farrell, who is tucked up right behind Josh Mills, and of course Farrell, the driver who got the clean sweep, and we were talking about how he may have a little bit of pace in hand relative to his qualifying performance. Was faster in this morning's warm-up than in yesterday's qualifying, which is certainly a surprise, and suggested that there was a bit more pace in hand there. But he's not able to use it at the moment because he's stuck trying to find a way around our leading novice. Doesn't get to do it there into the elbow, but gets a good run on the exit going through the final corner. As they're very close now in the battle for second place, as Karabelov has just pulled away to a lead of just under 4 tenths, and it's less than 3 tenths in a three-way fight for second. They go into the dogleg. Right behind Reed there is Newman. And now watching that battle on the stream as they go in towards the middle bend back up the hill. Not a good run through that corner there for Newman. And that allows Nyron Evans to close in for a moment. That'll bring Cassidy Southall into play, as she's just 1.5 seconds off of the race lead. And a big fight there towards the middle of the pack. There's some 7 drivers jostling for, I can't quite see on the it looks like it's a 10th place. I think it's Harley Drake that's leading that pack in 10th place. And it goes all the way back to Joe Jennings in 16th. But towards the front, still Reed just about keeping in touch with Karabelov, but Kai Newman is back right there again. Through the first section of corners, really the twisty part of the circuit, they come. 2 minutes to go, plus change. As you look further back in the pack there, looks like there may well be a potential move. It doesn't come up there. But a good battle. I believe that might still be actually the fight for 7th place, because Mills is still there. In front of Farrell, there looks to be a bit of a mistake there from Mills initially. I think he took a slightly wider line than he might have wanted to going through the middle bend there, but it doesn't cost him time through the next sequence of corners. And it looks like Southall now is right on the back of that battle for second place. 90 seconds to go plus a lap. And Karabelov just beginning to stretch his legs slightly, just edging out now a nearly 6.5 tenths lead. Through they come into the elbow once again, the closest battle. Almost a move potentially on there for 3rd place, and now Southall really is right there, just 2 tenths between her and Nyron Evans, and now you see them on the stream once again. It's all about where Newman could set this up, really, not necessarily the best of runs there through the loop, and it could well mean that a move is on for 3rd, but once again he covers it off smartly, does Kai Newman. Farrell still not able to make it by Josh Mills. So that championship lead we talked about for Freddie Farrell, we talked about how it might well be the biggest lead we'll see in DRS 100 all season after just 1 race weekend, as we got 3, maybe even 4 wide coming through the final corner. And off the road is the 125, and that there was Joe Jennings going off the road as there's almost a move up at the dogleg. Still very, very tightly contested there for second place. And so here we see them. Reed leading Newman, leading Evans, leading Southall. How there's not been a move between any of them, your guess is as good as ours. We start the last lap. Still that crazy battle for 10th place continues. That's the one where we saw the off-track excursion a few moments ago, and it's led by Charlie Edge, a novice. So 2 novices in the top 10. Excellent for them in this highly competitive class. But it looks as if Liam Karabelov is just a couple of corners away from the victory now. One that he really deserved to have taken at Sheddington. He's going to get it here. Karabelov over the line to win. And it looks as if Maximilian Reed is going to hold on a second. And in the end, the battle between those 4 for that position. Reed, Newman, Evans, Southall. The gap between them, less than 4/10 of a second. Didn't quite get the overtaking moves that you would perhaps have expected. We get so much of those in the DRS 100s. But we certainly were not short of intrigue in that race. But Liam Karabelov, our pole sitter, converts that success into the race victory in our first heat race of the day here at round 2 of the Daniel Ricciardo Series here at Little Rissington. Karabelov winning, Maximilian Reed, Kai Newman, Nyron Evans and Cassidy Southall rounding out your top 5.
Car for your video. They want me in that car. You scare all your fun.
1:25 time now as Sam Faulkner leads them out onto the circuit and will of course lead them to the start of the race as well. Problem on the dummy grid there for what appeared to be the 298, which would be Cole Watt, as we'll see if he is able to get onto the grid shortly. And there he goes very quickly out onto the circuit, and so we should get the chance for him. Actually, there's such a quick pace getting around that we're already almost on the end of the first of the parade laps there. But what we imagine will be given the chance to catch up. They may need to slow it down just a little bit in order to allow him to do so, however. Worth noting, well, actually, what interestingly has gone around the main circuit there, which is definitely going to hurt his chances of catching up. Should normally be taking the gearbox layout, of course, on the outside, but I imagine we will get the chance to get proceedings underway this time by. So, just a quick note on this field. Of course, Faulkner on pole by over half a second. We're hearing the carts are going to have to go around for a third time. So it looks like we've got no start this time due to the mix-up there. There's actually another driver. I think Watt has caught up here, but someone's pulling off. I can't tell who that is. Do we? Well, you'd have seen it on the stream. We couldn't quite catch the number from our vantage point. It's believe it's one of our, not one of our single plates anyway. We'll know in a moment for sure when we don't see them come up on the timing screen. Believe it's Mark Lawrence, the 230 that hasn't come around. So looks like we should be set for a start this time by. And yet there you do see it on our screen's confirmation. It is Mark Lawrence in 230 that will not be taking the start. So disappointment for him. Of course, worth noting, less than a second between second and the back of the grid here. But Faulkner was on pole by half a second. And at the back is going to be Thomas Dackins, as he was found underweight after qualifying. Here we go. Start underway. Faulkner gets a bit of a jump there as they go into the first corner, and slotting in nicely there is going to be Archie Potter, and so we'll look to see now if Archie Cole is able to hold on there. Actually, Cole looks like he might be making a move, you know, for second place. Looks like he's gotten down the inside there, going into the top bend, and so, a bit of a mix-up there, going into the dogleg, and they were too wide, and quite a few rows deep there, almost like it was a NASCAR race. As here we go now through the elbow for the first time, and Faulkner is well in control as a result of all this battling for second place, and it is Cole that is ahead of Potter, and up in fourth is Daniel Weir. Looks like maybe a move for second place again, not to be, as they fall over each other in the battle for second on back there. And well, it's exactly like qualifying, isn't it? Because already Faulkner, by the end of that first lap, has a 1.5 second lead. Archie Potter does get a warning there for track limits that you've just seen on our screen. So here we come back. And contact going into the elbow there, and they'll come around there, and that's going to be 3.26 there of Potter into the back of Cole. And then side by side in the battle for fifth place, we're going to see the replay here, and yes, that was exactly what happened. Cole did extremely well, actually, to hold on to that one, and caught up behind them is Daniel Weir, who's going to be very eager to make a move. As in the pack there's just over a second between Cole in second, or at least there was a second between Cole in second and Jack Clayton in 7th, who's the leading novice in this field. The top 2 novices, actually, the 2 novices in this race, are right together in that battle for 7th place, but Anderson there loses a position as going through the loop. Tom Snape takes 8th place. Faulkner, meanwhile, already has a 3.5 second lead, and we were talking to him after qualifying, of course, about how the tyres make such a difference, particularly in the 125s, and a circuit like this, where it's twisty and it does have a lot of flow, does Rissington. Once you get to the duck leg, doesn't so much, but between the exit of the elbow and going round to that point of the circuit, there's a lot of flow here, and there's corners that use a lot of these tyres, ask a lot of these tyres, so that is probably going to be more of a factor maybe than other circuits, as a move looks like it was made there for 4th place there. There was certainly side by side in that battle. Let's see, Walmsley Jones did get ahead, and it looks like Weir took the place back going into the dogleg there, and they continue to battle up the hill. That's going to allow the battle for 2nd place. Pull away there for a bit, and a big off and a big bounce over the grass there. Just trying to see that looked to be, and it was Weir that lost those positions, losing 3 positions and going down from 4th to 7th as a result. Well, that was a huge bounce. Good to see that he's been able to continue on. Okay, it's one of those that can hurt your back when you bounce over the grass like that. Caught some significant air as the battle for 4th place rolls on through the exit of the dogleg there, and once again it's heating up in the fight for 2nd between Cole and Potter. You can see on your screen there's a track limit warning for Charlie Ratford as through they come the final corner once again, and it's Cole still remaining ahead of Potter, and Walmsley Jones now up into 4th place, of course, after that move earlier on before the off-track moment for Weir. Tommy Welsh is the one that's behind Walmsley Jones now, and Jack Clayton is up in 6th place, doing a tremendous job as the leading novice. Meanwhile, Finley Anderson, who we were talking about earlier, it looks like there's a move there going into the dogleg, and they go side by side through that corner there. That is the battle for 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th place. So that's actually Weir and Ratford going side by side. So Weir, after that off-track exertion, is having to continue trying to hold onto his place. Ratford a little bit further back in this weekend than he was at Shennington, was never actually outside of the top 4 in any of the sessions in that weekend. Got himself a 3rd and a 2nd in the heat and in the pre-final, and then a move for a late podium in the grand final, but not quite the same success for him here at Little Rissington. As we look back at Faulkner now, completing another lap. This will be his 8th lap. He is 5.5 seconds now ahead of Archie Cole. Coming through now, Cole, Potter, Walmsley Jones, Welsh and Clayton doing a tremendous job. There's just timing screen's just showing just 0.2 of a second between Welsh and Clayton. It does look a little bit bigger to the eye here we've got a fantastic view of the circuit here at Little Rissington, as we always do. We're in what's really ideally designed as a timing control. So Cole on the outside going through the first apex there with the dogleg, and it looked as if it might give a better exit there, and it did indeed give a better exit to Archie Potter, because he takes advantage of that exit wide going into the elbow and taking 2nd place from Archie Cole. It's been a brave resistance from Archie Cole. I think, is he coming back? Yes, he is. And back into 2nd he goes, and Potter sliding all sorts of out of control, trying to hold on to 3rd. As now looking to take advantage is Walmsley Jones on the inside, sliding through the first part of the apex there, going through the dogleg, and now going to be side by side with Tommy Welsh, it appears, that's looking to make a move there in the fight for what is now going to be 4th place. And the move then being made, they're now not quite out of control, but a big slide certainly for Archie Potter. who continues to fall back with just under 2 minutes to go. Charlie Ratford has taken advantage of that to move up into 6th place ahead of Clayton. And Daniel Weir, well, we saw Weir fall back behind Ratford just a few moments ago. Is bouncing over the curbs there. I think that actually was Ratford. And now a move going into dogleg again. As oh, that's lovely opportunistic stuff there from Ratford, as it was Potter that was looking to reclaim the position to try and get past Tommy Welsh. And Charlie Ratford saw it coming from 2 positions back and just said, thank you, I'll get you both under acceleration on the exit. That's just great racecraft there from Charlie Ratford, of course, their DRS 100 champion. Certainly the move of a champion there, seeing what was going to unfold before it happened. And that moves him now into 4th place, and the battle for 2nd continues now. This is now the closest battle on the circuit, except for, well, actually, there's a big battle just further back with Potter and those trying to get past him as he continues to fall back. There's a big move being made there by Clayton, trying to get a position at the dogleg there. But the battle that we're going to look to for the final part of the race there, as you see the replay of that move from Ratford, the up and under on the exit of the dogleg, as he he knew the other 2 were going to telegraph it, and there's Ratford pointing. He says, follow me, I'll get you back up to the fight for 2nd. Unfortunately, he's not going to get the chance to do that because they haven't followed him. And we're now going to focus on Archie Cole and Oscar Walmsley-Jones in that fight for 2nd. Faulkner, meanwhile, continues to be in a race of his own. He's now 8.5 seconds out in front. And just seeing some, we've got a few guests here, it appears, in the commentary area. As we start the last lap, and Cole and Walmsley-Jones will continue to fight for 2nd place there. Ratford is beginning to close up on them a little bit. He's actually significantly closing up on them. You can just see him at the back of the shot there in the fight for 2nd. And is he going to try and line up a move going into the dogleg there? Well, he looks to the inside, and he gets the inside, and he's gotten past Oscar Walmsley-Jones, and he's in 3rd place. Terrific stuff from Charlie Ratford, who has quite clearly preserved himself early on, as Sam Faulkner comes over the line to win, as we mentioned, in a race of his own. But Archie Cole looks as if he is going to come through in 2nd. Fantastic defensive performance from him, with Charlie Ratford in 3rd, Oscar Walmsley-Jones in 4th, and Tommy Welsh in 5th. Well, that was a very, very fun race in the 1-2-5s. It's exactly what we hoped for after qualifying. Obviously, Faulkner in command up front, but we said just a second between them from 2nd to last, and boy oh boy did that bear out in the race. A fantastic race there. Archie Cole ended up taking 2nd ahead of Charlie Ratford, but the star of the show as always, Sam Faulkner.
I'm having some tripod issues and it keeps going really loose and wobbly, and I need to see if I can tighten it up.
Yeah, Will's given us a nice wide way, is that?
To then go inside for the final.
Wave and smile. That's it.
Oh, that's because they're on the trolleys. Back in the days when and you can tell,
underway for the first
Rolling left. One formation left for these guys, Reece. Yeah.
Underway for the first of our DRS 45 arrive and drive heat races. Understand that there's just going to be one rolling lap for these drivers before we get a start, so should be very, very quickly up to racing on this one, as it's going to be Odie Hall leading us to the start line. And after a warm-up session where these drivers were really trying to play their way in, we got a fantastically competitive qualifying, and hopefully the same will bear out in the race. Certainly for these drivers out at Shennington, that's exactly what happened. And for the 35s there, that's exactly what we saw as well. They've been told to slow down, but they look to be coming to the start-finish area very, very slowly. In good order at least, and that's the main thing we want to see as we look for a start this time by. And here we come. So it is Odie Hall and Zane Perry that will look to bring us to the grid and to the start. And here we go. And I think Perry did get a little bit ahead there, and someone's moved out of their tram lines, and well, we'll see exactly what might happen there. Are we going to go round again? Yes, we are. Full start is declared. So, could have seen that one coming. And we're just going to...
Restart to get these guys slowed down to reform up. Someone broke formation before the lights went out. So full start, full start, full start.
So you may well have heard that instruction coming there from the clerk of the course, Matt Daniels, and so we will have a restart as a result of what we saw there on the stream, and what we called in the commentary the breaking of the formation. That of course will lead to a restart. Certainly they came down to the tram lines in good order, so there was nothing wrong with that. It was just a little bit too much eagerness as they tried to get up to speed. Of course, we actually had a situation here in the 100s where we had a big accident as a result of a similar incident, but that was actually because of a driver that couldn't get up to speed on the front row. Here we go. This looks a little... No, still moving and defending, and another full start is declared. And one rather suspects there may well be something of a talking to out there as a result. We will see what happens on that. That's generally what we get after a couple of full starts. And you saw there it was exactly the same thing. The third in line there, I believe that... Let me see, was that Leo Wedger trying to make those moves? Whoever it was certainly feels like they've got some extra pace in their pocket, and you can't blame them. If you look at what they've been watching throughout they've probably been watching plenty of top class racing, plenty of World Endurance Championship, plenty of IndyCar, plenty of what you see are less, I guess, scrutineered rolling starts than you'll see here in the Daniel Ricciardo Series, but here especially in karting, you have to do things very much in the interests of safety. Arguably even more so than you do in the interests of competition. You can't have competition without safety, especially at this level, and so as a result of the two broken formations at the start, we have a brief red flag as these drivers will be given a bit of a talking to by Matt Daniels, and so we'll take a quick pause before we get back racing here at Little Rissington. stoppage in proceedings due to the start formation being broken out on the circuit there, as a couple of drivers breaking out of the tram lines and accelerating a little bit too soon. And last year there was an accident in similar circumstances in the 100 class, where there was a driver on the outside of the front row that just couldn't quite get up to speed in the way that you would normally expect, and the driver behind broke out of the tram lines, probably didn't feel they didn't really have any other choice, and it created a big accident that was really nobody's fault, just one of those tough scenarios when a driver's stuck. They're gonna pull out, they're gonna make a racing move. This one's a little bit different. Again, it's just drivers looking to get every advantage that they can. It's not malicious, it's just drivers looking to take every possible opportunity they can. They know the start is the best opportunity to gain places, but it's most important to ensure that everybody can remain in their tram lines in a good order, and that we can get this race underway cleanly. And so we go again, and they reach the line now and begin to accelerate, and here they go. And that was a little bit more orderly this time, and it looks as if we have gotten a start. There was still a little bit of movement still on the tram lines, but it was all just about okay. Certainly much better than what we had before. As a bit of contact there was a spinner down in the loop there around mid-pack, and trying to take the lead there, and looks like getting through actually. Is that Leo Edger coming up into the lead there? We'll see when they come around, but already some big moves being made towards the front there. Odie Hole has dropped back in what appears to be second place, and Zane Perry looks to be nowhere to be seen. He's there actually in fifth place. So as we come back around for the first time, it looks as if it's Leo Edger that's gotten into the lead. Odie Hole is being passed there for second place, as we see the up and under move there. That coming from Cannon White. And so it's Edger, White, Hole. You're seeing Hole second on the timing screen. So that's because the move from White wasn't completed before they got to the start-finish line. You can see that in there now. It is White in second. It's Hole in third. It's Harvey Preen in fourth, ahead of Zane Perry, with Billy Priest in sixth. And here they come up towards the dogleg for the second time. Hole closing up, under braking there on Cannon White. And a move being made on the exit for fourth place as Zane Perry gets past Harvey Preen. Through the middle bend they come. Preen looking for a move back. He got a better entry into wide on the exit there of the elbow was Cannon White, and Odie Hole is able to close in, trying to get to the outside of the first corner. Can't quite do so. As they come through the slight little infield section here through the loop, almost looked like a wide entry there, but all good in the end from Cannon White. And that little mistake that he made on the exit of the elbow as he got up onto the curb and slightly off of the circuit, that will allow Leo Edger to pull away. And Hole now looking very close for a move for second. Does he draw side by side? No, not quite. But certainly White is acting as if he's got a problem. If you look at him, you'll see him on the screen. He's just bobbing his head forward, almost as if he's trying to push some momentum into the kart, and it's just not quite working out for him. Meanwhile, Zane Perry has lost the fourth place back to Preen, as Odie Hole very quick through this final sector, and he once again is right on the back of Cannon White. Edger's lead, meanwhile, is 1.2 seconds, as Odie Hole looks for a move there in towards the loop, not quite happening, and then through the top bend they go, and for the first time in the middle of the fourth lap, they begin to spread out just ever so slightly. The closest battle right now appears to be the one that's behind Perry. That's Cooper Campbell-Lease and Billy Priest for 6th and 7th there. Back up the hill they begin to come once again. And Edger going into the elbow. Just trying to keep an eye on that interval. between first and second there, because from the neck dot looked like it might want to come down slightly. So here we go. Certainly White has pulled away from Odie Hall as he now gets the attention of Harvey Priest behind him. To tell a lie, the lead has actually gone up slightly. It's 1.4 seconds out front between Edger and White. Believe the spinner that we had on the opening lap is Solomon Adeniji, because he's right behind Charlie Simmons now in the battle for 14th at the foot of the field. As there's a move being made there around the middle of the pack. It looks like it's that Campbell Lease there trying to get past Perry on the up and under, or was that Preen ahead? Hard to tell. Looks like it might have been Campbell Lease as we see the... No, tell a lie, it was Preen, so I think Preen was trying to repass Perry going through the dogleg there and could not do so. As we look back now... No, actually, tell a lie, we were right the first time, because Preen has pulled up to the back now of Odie Hole in the fight for third place, and going through the top bend there, they're right together and potentially a move on. And as Perry is losing ground now on the exit of that corner in towards the dogleg, side by side, but in a losing battle that appears there with Campbell Lease, who does indeed go through. And on the exit of that corner, it is Preen trying to pull alongside Odie Hole in the fight for third place. So Odie Hole not quite able to show the same pace in race trim as he did over a single lap. And it looks like Zane Perry has lost 2 places there. Indeed he has, because Priest has gone through too. So Zane Perry dropping back, crossing the line in 7th place. So those who were really quick in qualifying, you just wonder if maybe they've taken too much out of the tyres possibly. We'll see how that pans out, of course, through the rest of the afternoon, as we are already into the afternoon here at Little Rissington. Out front, Leo Edger has increased his lead. It's 1.8 seconds between he and Callum White, and the close battle remains for third place. As you can see them on the screen, Preen is trying to line up a move, and then 5th on back, and there comes the move right across the line from Preen, and he gets the move into turn 1. So Odie Hole drops back to 4th place, although looking for the move back down the inside through the loop. The door was left open slightly, but Preen has been able to hold it around the outside of the loop, and that's going to give him the better line going through the top bend, and he does indeed take that place. So it took a few corners, although Hole's going to try and come back at the dogleg. And he gets it back. Can he get the exit? No, smartly done there by Preen. Gave up the line for the entry to the dogleg, knowing that if he timed it right, he'd get the switchback pass. It's exactly what you look for. It's good racecraft from these young cadets. And so now we're going to see 5th place there. Campbell Lease closing up there on Odie Hole. A minute and 40 to go plus change in this heat race, as now Leo Edger has a 2-second lead over Callum White, and Harvey Preen is a 1.5 seconds further back. So it's Hole, Campbell Lease, Priest, Jack Edger is in the mix in 7th place, and Zane Perry, of course, falling back to 8th. They're all very close to one another. Perry is just losing ground slightly and potentially falling back into the clutches of Markovic there for what would be the battle for 8th and 9th. Odie Hole there just beginning to pull back up to the back of Harvey Preen there. So as they cross the line, they've got just less than 3/10 of a second between them. Wonder if maybe Odie Hole just finding a second win with the tyres potentially. through the top bend they go. That's the battle you can see on your screen at the moment, those of you watching the stream. And Odie Holy, whenever he's in position to make a move, he wants to make it going into the dogleg. He doesn't do it that time. Does he get the better exit? Looks like no. Preen has a pretty good line through there. So, timing screen just go back to say 19 seconds. I wonder if we will get the last lap here. Let's see how that works out. As through comes Leo Edger. And yes, last lap. And it's 2.7 seconds now, the lead for Leo Edger. Odie Hall just losing ground on that previous lap, and that'll bring Campbell Leaf back into play. Closest battle on the circuit might be actually behind them. It'll be for 6th place there. Priest and Jack Edger separated by 3/10 going across the line. It's a lot less than that, and a move being made further back. As that looks like Markovic getting past Zane Perry as you see them side by side on the exit there, and that's Odie Hall, I believe, and Campbell Lease, and yes, it is, as Campbell Lease tries to make the move. It's actually a move there behind them and a slide on the exit of the final corner. Leo Edger wins. 3 seconds out of Cannon White in the end, and it was Jack Edger getting past Billy Priest for 6th place at the end of the race there. And so Jack Edger, much like he did at Shennington, just getting stronger and stronger as proceedings continue. Meanwhile, Leo Edger is once again a winner in the Daniel Ricciardo Series. He wins the opening heat race for the DRS 45s here at Little Rissington, with Cannon White in 2nd, Harvey Preen in 3rd. And after the indiscipline of the start there, we had a very clean and pretty entertaining race, all in all, as we now end the morning/early afternoon proceedings here at Little Rissington. We are now going to head towards our lunchtime break, and we'll be coming back with the afternoon schedule, which will start with the DRS 45s according to the list we have here. We'll start with the 45s out for their pre-final after the break. So Leo Edger the winner, Cannon White in 2nd, and Harvey Preen in 3rd to begin the racing proceedings in the DRS 45s.
There's a little bit of contact between the two of them. Oh, it's contact. There's contact. And there's contact between Cheryl Paul and Campbell Pilling.
I've still got them, mate. First end away. Freaks on the wall,
Fantastically competitive in the 45s, where we ended up seeing Leo Edger taking the win there at the end of the morning's action. The 100 promised a lot that heat race. Liam Karabalov pulling away gradually to win. Four-way battle between Maximilian Reed, Kai Newman, Nyron Evans and Cassidy Southall, all ending up finishing as they were, but certainly they looked like we were going to have plenty of passing. And then, of course, in the 125, Sam Faulkner was in a race of his own, but so hotly contested behind him, and we're hoping for more of the same here. We did make a slight mistake with the scheduling towards the end there. You can now see the correct schedule up on your screen. We did announce originally the 45s were going to be the next race. That was because we actually have it both times listed on our schedule, so that's the reason for the mix-up. So you're seeing the correct one on your screens now, and we are ready to see the 125s out on track any moment. You can see them formed up on the dummy grid and ready to go. And if the field could somehow reel in Sam Faulkner and make a fight out of it in the same way that they could make a fight out of second place, then this will be quite some race indeed. There was some excellent passing through the field. Charlie Ratford in particular, coming up from one point he was 8th, ending up in 3rd there towards the end as he passed Oscar Walmsley-Jones. Before he got past Walmsley-Jones, he made a fantastic double pass going through the dogleg. Saw a battle in front of him with two drivers effectively pushing each other wide at the first part of the dogleg there on the first apex, and so he just went up and under the pair of them on the exit, and it was brilliantly done. And so that was how we had the 125 race end up, as we just wait for the final opportunity to get them out on the track. Just going to have a look at our schedule just to see. Drivers are scheduled out in exactly, well, just under a minute from now, so any moment. There you go, you will hear the engines begin to rev and out on track. Sam Faulkner leads them. Charlie Ratford really sliding there as he looked to get some heat into his tyres. I thought for a moment he might lose control there, but all's well that ends well. We did have a problem, of course, on the way to the start earlier on, as Cole Watt was unable to get away from the dummy grid, but we managed to get away after an extra rolling lap. So the field is formed up. We should expect them to go around one more time, and indeed they do. We did have one race earlier on where we had a start first time by. And around they go for an extra lap at pace, give them more chance to get some heat into their tyres, and they'll begin to form up once again. And of course, in the 1-2-5 heat, it was Archie Cole who was ahead of Ratford for second place. His brilliant defensive drive throughout the course of the race was superb. Ganira, you won't be able to hear him, but just try right, we can hear Matt Daniels asking to make sure the drivers stay in formation. Of course, that was a talking point from the DRS 45 heat. I would imagine that everybody here has learned their lessons from that. As here we go, Faulkner begins to prepare to bring them to the line, and we go racing once again. And Faulkner was actually quite slow away, and Ratford was looking for any chance he could to move, but he was stranded, and looks like he's still retained third place there. Indeed he has. So we go through with Faulkner leading Cole, leading Ratford, leading Walmsley Jones. And so of course the big problem that the field had in the heat race was that they were all racing each other so hard that they effectively left Faulkner all out on his own. At the moment he's anything but out on his own, because here comes Archie Cole all over the back of him. At least he was for part of that first lap. I believe Faulkner maybe potentially just looking to get some heat into his tyres as they come by for the first time. Faulkner leading. There we see Archie Cole, Ratford, Walmsley Jones, Welsh and Potter in 6th. Bit of a struggler towards the back there is Jake Woodrow. Didn't catch any incident on the first lap, but the way he is behind would rather suggest that there was one. Faulkner begins to lead them back up the hill towards the middle bend, and he's pulled out a little bit of a gap on this second lap, so indeed you would imagine it is just a case of bringing the tyres up to temperature. There is a side-by-side battle further back in the pack. This looks to be for about 10th place. There's actually a third kart getting involved in that one, so that's between the two novices, it appears, Finley Anderson and Jack Clayton, and Anderson there getting in front. So they reach the back of the circuit once again, and Cole has begun to fall back into the clutches of Ratford now. It's very close from 2nd to 4th place, as Walmsley Jones is just getting onto the back of Ratford now, and Ratford looks for a move to the outside into the elbow. He's going to look to get the up and under, but it's a very hard thing to do with the way that the corners twist and turn from one direction to the other here at Rissington. You really need to try and find somewhere else to try and set up a move, unless you think that you can force a mistake through the final corner coming up the hill. It's not much of a corner, but you do sometimes see that when drivers get side by side, it can be difficult to hold the outside line. That's where you can maybe make things happen. Ratford's very, very close through the dog leg. He's not quite able to make a move through the exit. Cole maintaining a good line there, and as they come back up the hill once again in towards the elbow, it's now Walmsley Jones that's looking very close to making a move, and indeed the three behind are in good shape as Tommy Welsh begins to close up. He has Potter and Snape following him. Tom Snape had to come through after not the best of qualifyings by his standards. As they arrive at the backside of the circuit once again. So there's a three-way fight for second. Not far behind them, there's a three-way fight for 5th. Sam Faulkner, meanwhile, has now opened up a 2-second lead on Archie Cole, who is just struggling to get through up the hill there. He seems to struggle through the middle bend a little bit. But Ratford can't make the move for the moment. And so they go through the loop once again, just down towards the far side of the circuit from our vantage point high up here at the top of the hill at Rissington. Directly above almost start finish line. Here comes Ratford making his move Does he? Yeah, it looked almost a bit too easy, and when it looks a bit too easy, it rather tells you someone's missed their braking point there, and indeed Ratford did miss his braking point, and that set up a bit of a kerfuffle. And into the grass there. Looked to be, might well have been Tommy Welsh. We'll double check that as they come through. It was indeed Welsh, as he's going to lose out now to the 298. No, there's no 298 in this race. So we've be the 230 potentially. There you've seen the replay of Ratford missing his braking point, and there was a little bit of contact. And so yeah, through the gravel there. That was actually Tuscan Groves is what we spotted. So it's actually Thomas Dackins that we saw going past Groves there as she went off the road. So, well, all action in the midfield in these seniors. As the fight now will continue for second place. And it's now Walmsley Jones applying the pressure after that miscue from Ratford. Archie Cole having a very fun time of defending second place throughout the course of the day so far. Through they come again, and it's Archie Cole still leading Walmsley Jones. Close battle further behind is going to be between Finley Anderson and Thomas Dackins. That's going to be for 10th place. Sam Faulkner's lead now 3.6 seconds. Walmsley Jones closing right in with just a tenth of a second between them at the line. But so far Walmsley Jones unable to shape up any sort of pass. Through towards the elbow they go. Late on the brakes there from Walmsley Jones. Still can't find any kind of way through. Ratford has now regathered himself after that little mistake. We understand there is an incident under investigation towards the middle of the pack. We understand the free was involved. It would be Tom Snape, not necessarily saying that he was the guilty party, but that was one of the numbers we heard mentioned. We also got a spinner in the dog leg as we continue to watch the battle with Walmsley Jones and Archie Cole, and that now is allowing Ratford to close up with 2 minutes to go. Faulkner all alone with a 4.4 second lead now. We're just trying to see who it was that spun back there. It was Finley Anderson, it appears, because he's fallen down to 12th place. So the battle for second is now going to be between 5 drivers. There is a move further back, and that looks like, is that Clayton trying to make a move? It's definitely one of our novices towards the dogleg there, as here comes the move from Walmsley Jones into the elbow. Can he keep it going through the... Yes, he does, and into second place goes Oscar Walmsley Jones with a really firm, aggressive move into the elbow, and almost getting out of shape there was Archie Cole. He's trying desperately to hang on ahead of Ratford. That's caused Ratford to lose a little bit of ground, and I think Ratford actually has lost a couple of places through the loop and into the top end, and now the battle continues for second. Walmsley Jones then getting back underneath of Archie Cole at the exit of the dogleg. Cole getting to the inside of Walmsley Jones, and Walmsley Jones off track, and this is going to create a big battle for second. Snape into third. Looks like Ratford there back in 5th now behind Archie Potter, and getting out of shape is Cole. So here there is mechanical flag being displayed to number 6, which would be Tommy Welsh, down in 12th place at the moment. Coming through the dogleg once again in that fight. Second, Faulkner's lead is 6.5 seconds. We're going to be heading, well, will we get the final lap now? Yes, we will. Last lap. There's still some time left on the clock, 7 seconds to be exact. But they say final lap. As now here comes Snape, trying to make a move on Archie Cole, going down the hill now through the loop. But to get to the inside, can't force Cole wide. Potter right with Ratford, going through the top bend now, down towards the dogleg they go. Will there be a move? Looking to the inside there briefly is Cole. Again, just going to hold it through the dogleg, and unless there's a big surprise move from here, you think he's going to keep that place. Snape realistic too far back. There is a move for 4th. Ratford went for it. He got a little bit out of control. No harm, no foul for him. Sam Faulkner wins. And it's Archie Cole in 2nd place. Tom Snape in 3rd. Couldn't quite make the move at the end there. Ratford went for it. Didn't quite pull it off. You're going to see the replay of that now. He was in 5th when he made the move. He didn't make it stick. He stays 5th. So nothing done to him in terms of damage. Nothing wrong with going for the glory move there. And Potter very smartly saw it coming. So that is once again another victory for Sam Faulkner, and he once again is set for a potential clean sweep of the weekend here at Rissington. Back-to-back clean sweeps. That would be Sam Faulkner has often been very dominant in this championship, but that would be something else for him. Potentially breaking new ground there. So it's Sam Faulkner who wins. Archie Cole, once again, brilliant defensive driving from him throughout the course of the day, and he is in 2nd. Tom Snape coming through to 3rd. Archie Potter ahead of Charlie Ratford in 4th place.
Straight to the final. On the inside for this.
Ready to go for our pre-final for the DRS 45s. We have some news regarding the heat race that occurred in the DRS 100s. There was a penalty for Josh Mills, who was the leading novice. He was up at seventh place at one point. He's defending his position from Freddie Farrell. Post-race, he was found to have used an incorrect tyre on the kart. Believe that would be in relation to an unregistered tyre that's not been registered to be used at this event. We will get the clarification on that by the time we start the heat race. The pre-final for the 100s for that particular category. So understand there should be, we've just heard from the Glasgow course man Daniel, should be just a one lap before we bring the carts around to a start. Of course, this was where a lot of the contention happened. The 45s, the category, was a lot of contention around the start, and we had to stop the carts out on circuit and have a little talking to some of the drivers. Leo Edger will bring them around. They look in good order. There was never a problem with this. It was when we got to the start. Let's see. Let they go. And they're very clean. Yes, much cleaner than they had been. There's a bit of a forceful move in the mid-pack, but all is well that ends well, as Edger trying to defend the inside there, and he does just about. There is contact around second and third place there. I think that might well have been Odie Hole, just ran into the back of the driver that was in front of him, as down towards the dogleg we go for the first time, and it is Edger leading. And it looks as if there has been a change for second place as we come round for the first time. It looks to be Callum White that's in second, and White was the one that was really struggling. It looked like he had a problem throughout that race with his kart. He was just trying to push it forward, almost willing it on. Leo Edger runs wide. Into the lead goes Callum White. And looking for a move in a second as Campbell Lease. Harvey Preen is fourth, Odie Hole is down in fifth, and Zane Perry is up to sixth after he really struggled. Here goes the move from Odie Hole on the inside of the loop. Not able to hold the position going through the next corner, but could get the run on the exit as he looks for fourth place on Harvey Preen there. Can't quite get through. It almost allows Zane Perry to have a look at the position. And is that Leo Edger back into the lead? It looks to be, and I think Callum White has made a mistake. They're going to go three wide on the exit there as they go through towards the middle bend. And not only has Leo Edger gotten back into the lead, he's gotten a bit of a gap as well. So that's superb stuff coming into the dogleg there. And it looks as if White there might be back in fourth place. Once again, I'm not sure if was that just an error. Did he take too much curb? Yeah, it looks as if there he's just taken too much curb going through the first part of the dogleg there, and then taking advantage and going into second place was Preen. So he makes the same move that Ratford made earlier on, and there's a problem for, is that Odie Hole? Doesn't look to be, as he's showing in fifth place at the moment. So this is going to be one of the drivers who's had a spin, and it's same coloured helmet, but it is a different driver. Looks to be, is that 27? Markovic potentially in the wars. Looks like there's been another change at least. Priest has gotten into lead, and then, oh, he spun it, trying to... So Leo Edger tried to make the move, he spun it, taking, I think, too much curb, but he's going to drop all the way to the back. It's a costly spin, and it's really delayed a couple of drivers that were trying to come through as well. Would love to see a replay of that. That's completely changed the complexion of this race. Here we go. Oh, I think hard to tell. Did he get hit? .24 would certainly...
Please, Sam, because there's definitely contact made on the Ajax.
24 would certainly fit in with what we saw on that replay there, but the order has vastly changed the result of that, as here comes Edger in a big lead now, almost a 2-second lead, and it's Zane Perry up in second, and Odie Holder, we thought might have been in trouble a moment ago, is now back up in third place, and he had just a little bit of a go there at Perry into the loop there. I think that might well have actually just been Perry trying to take a different line, but from our angle it's deceptive. It almost looked as if the door was left open. There's going to be a move made for 6th place there going into the dog leg, and that is going to be between Jack Edger and Cooper Campbell-Lease, who is of course the 24. One of those will be under investigation as through we go. The elbow once again, which has been the real action point in this one. And so up in fourth after a really big struggle for him in the heat race is Solomon Adeniji, so that's brilliant for him. And Jack Edger is up in 5th, and it looks as if he's the one that's closest to challenging for the position ahead of him at the moment in terms of those towards the front of the field. There's also a three-way battle for what appears to be 8th place. That's led by Callum White at the moment. He was one of those that was caught up, lost time as a result of the incident that happened at the elbow, as Odie Hall once again appears to be losing ground. He was right behind Zane Perry a moment ago, as here we go once again to complete another lap. And the battle now is going to be between Solomon Adeniji and Jack Edger. Edger looking for a move into turn 2. It would be a bit of a surprising place to do it, and he does indeed back out. That would have been very, very marginal indeed. That's allowed Campbell-Lease to pull onto the back of it, and you can see that trio now on the stream with 3 minutes to go. Will any of them make a move? Defensive driving there from Adeniji as he looks to protect the inside, and a move was made behind. I couldn't tell. There might well have been a slight bit of contact. It is going to allow a move there going in towards the middle bend there. Might well be. Is that kind of White taking 2 positions? We'll see when they come around on the timing screens. And through they go. Well, the timing screens aren't showing any change of order, so clearly there's been... oh, there we see. We had a bit of a slow update, that's why. So, yeah, we see a penalty on the screen for Cooper Campbell-Lease, and that's going to be for that contact that resulted in a spin. So that's going to see Campbell-Lease drop back from 6th place. That'll promote Jack Edger for the moment. He, of course, is focused on getting past on the road. Up front, meanwhile, it does look as if Zane Perry is closing on Leo Edger. Gap is a second. Odie Hall 2 seconds further behind of Perry. As see Adeniji there, it just appears to be closing up slightly on Odie Hall for 3rd place. Yes, he is. So Adeniji, who was coming under pressure from Callum White a few moments ago, is now finding a new pace. Looks as if the gap out front is remaining at about a second. And the close battles continue in the midfield. So here we go. Edger, Perry. It looks possibly a little bit less this time by. Here they go. Let's see. Yes, it is quite a bit less. It's 7/10. Perry will have 2 laps to make something happen. Should be the final lap when they cross the line this time by. It's not making any big inroads at the moment. As they come into the dog leg, Adeniji continues to pull up towards the back of Odie Hole. The gap between them, those two as they cross the line, was under 3/10. And here they come now, through the elbow, heading towards what should be the final lap. There's a three-way fight. What is about 8th or 9th place? They're side by side for 6th through the elbow. And taking the position there is Jack Edger, it appears, moving ahead of Cooper Campbell-Lee. So he's finally achieved his objective. In that regard, he would have, if of course Campbell-Lee's to get a penalty, so he would have gotten that position anyway. It looks as if Leo Edger has just about done enough. He only lost a 10th on that previous lap. And they're halfway through the last lap now. It's going to need a big move from Zane Perry, presumably into the elbow, if he's going to do anything about Leo Edger here. Odie Hole continuing to hold on for 3rd. And then behind is Callum White and Jack Edger. Leo Belemenko should be promoted to place. He's faring well on his Daniel Ricciardo Series debut. As here comes Leo Edger. It's closer than we might have expected, but he will hold on to the win ahead of Zane Perry, as Odie Hole will come around just in front of Solomon Adeniji, who was willing his cart to the line there. And it's Callum White that ends up in 5th place. Jack Edger 6th in the end. Campbell-Lee in 7th will have the penalty. That should promote the likes of Belemenko, Priest and Preen. So in a really wild race where there were so many contenders early on, and then several incidents, particularly the one at the elbow, in the contact there between Campbell-Lee, I believe it was Billy Priest that was spun around in that one, and losing time as well was Callum White. As a result of all that, it is Leo Edger that takes the win once again. The chips seem to be falling his way. He's getting the job done, but things behind him just seem to be falling into his favour. And that's all that he could possibly ask for. Leo Edger, again, our winner in DRS 45.
Am I right that we're ahead of schedule?
Literally within about 18 months, I was working for AXA. We got free. That didn't go too well, did it?
направиш първите две обиколки, гумите ще дойдат в третата. Може би в четвъртата. И натискаш, би трябвало да те изкарат до края.
Really slow.
What's it?
Go round for a second formation that we've been going first time for the 45s, but for the owner-driver categories we are indeed going around twice. So as we mentioned, Carabella very much got the job done in the heat, and then in the battle for second place, we had a four-way battle, Maximilian Reed, Kai Newman, Nyron Evans and Cassidy Southall were all involved. None of them were able to make any passes, but it was very, very hotly contested. They slow right down. We look to get ready for a start here. They're well aligned and well behaved as it stands for the moment. As Karabelov brings them round. They're just told to hold for the moment. Then they begin to bring it up to speed. It looks like maybe a slightly quick start. It's just about good enough. Everyone just about stays in their tram lines. There was a little movement as Newman right away looking to make a move there on Karabelov, and he gets to the outside going in towards top bend there, but not able to make anything happen as they're side by side all around at the back of the pack, and it is Newman ahead of Reed. So that of course is a change for position, and now they come up to the elbow for the first time. Karabelov is going to hold the narrowest of leads to complete this first lap. Southall is up into 4th ahead of Nyron Evans, who has actually dropped all the way back to 7th. It's Ben Hoy in 5th for the moment. The top 3 pull out a little bit of a gap, and it's Newman looking to take the wider line through the corner for the better exit, and he's in a position to make a pass, but Karabelov is later on the brakes. Out of the dogleg they come. It's a slightly better exit for Newman, who looks the quicker of the two at the moment, moving to the outside. Karabelov's going to show him the outside. Allows him to get the better line. This is smart racecraft early on from Liam Karabelov. Unclear, of course, if he's just looking to play his way in terms of temperature with the tyres, or if he's genuinely fighting a rearguard action. Just looking to make a little move there is Newman on the exit up towards the middle bend they come. He's so close behind. Just not able to find the right area to carve out an opening. And they're starting to close up in the fight for 4th as Southall took a little bit of a wide line there going through the loop. Hoy is still right there. Freddie Farrell, meanwhile, up in 8th. Of course, we mentioned the issue that Josh Mills had earlier. Incorrect tyre in use on his kart in the heat, and that meant that he was effectively sent to the back of the field, officially a 30 position penalty. I believe that's in relation to the incorrect tyre being used, the tyre used not being registered for the event, as Newman once again continuing to look for a way past Karabelov. Top 3. You could barely put a piece of paper between them. But Karabelov is just late enough on the brakes that he's able to hold his position at all of the main passing places. Newman once again just being shown the outside. They're all so evenly matched here in DRS 100. It's so competitive. There is a battle side by side further back in the pack. It looks like 2 novices. Actually, no, 1 novice involved in that. The 185 trailing the 171. That is a battle. Sorry, the 165, that is. Oscar Cole behind Evan Anderson there. Karabelov having a slight gap to Newman this time. The top 5, you can now throw a blanket over them. Through middle bend they go. Karabelov with a good run through there. Gets him a kart or two's length. Over the line they come again. They closed up through the dogleg, and then spread out through this final section. Karabelov a little wide through the loop. Newman not able to take advantage. It looks like Karabelov, not going to get the run towards the dogleg. And it's all about who's latest on the brakes. And again, for the umpteenth time, it's Karabelov. An incident towards the back of the field in the dogleg. Karabelov continues to hold firm. The two involved are out, it appears. Charlie Edge is one of them in the 170. There's another 17 something. Is it the 174? I believe it is. Yes, the two leading novices have come together. That's such a big shame. They've both been having such good days. I know that Mills obviously got the penalty, but in terms of his competitive pace, he was superb. But once again, he's going to come away with another result slipped away. Out front, it's exactly as you were. 3 minutes to go. Surely somebody is going to make a pass. We had this scenario for second place in the heat race. So competitive. Looked umpteen times as if someone would make a move. None happened. Surely we'll get one here. Liam Karabelov, we're hoping it's behind him. We'll be hoping it's for second or for third, not for first. Ben Hoy closing in. Not too far behind is Nyron Evans in sixth. Karabelov has a bit of a gap this time by. It's probably the biggest gap that he's had all race. Trying to see who the leading novice is now. We're some way back in the pack as we go back to Xander Hughes. He's in a battle with Ethan Anderson. Hughes actually was sent to the back of the grid for the dummy grid for the heat race after having to refuel his cart. Came through, looks like he might get a good result here. Karabelov and Newman, the gap last time by was just under 4 tenths. It looks about the same this time by. It looks like Karabelov just about has Newman matched, and they're beginning to spread out all around. It's actually the top two that are closest to each other out of that battle for the top 6. 1 minute and 40 to go to change it. There's a close battle for 7th and also a close battle for 9th. 9th is maybe the closest. Neo Luiso and Jakub Melcharski there in that particular battle. Luiso is one of those stepping up from 62s from last season. Got just under a minute to go now. There is a move being made in that battle that's for 9th place. Looks as if Melcharski has made it through. On the screen you're watching Dorian Malik and Freddie Farrell. And there you see Melcharski is through into 9th place. As we watch for Farrell, and of course Farrell, that big lead he opened up through that clean sweep at Shennington is going to disappear, and in fact we're just a couple of laps away from Karabelov being on for his own clean sweep here at Rissington. In this remarkably competitive championship, we could potentially see a clean sweep from 2 different drivers in the first 2 rounds of the Daniel Ricciardo Series in the junior class. Karabelov still holding that lead at 4 tenths. And here they come now to start the last lap. The closest battle is now for 5th place with Ben Hoy and Noren Evans. Hoy looks to be taking a slightly wider line through the loop there. Generally taking that wider line gets you a better run through the top bend. This is a big move under braking. Not quite able to draw alongside there was Evans. Right behind him he remains, going back up the hill as Karabelov comes into the elbow. And through the final corner to win the pre-final, and he is indeed set in a good position to clean sweep this weekend. Karabelov ahead of Kai Newman, Maximilian Reed, Cassidy Southall in 4th, Ben Hoy in 5th, Noren Evans right behind in the end as Freddie Farrell was unable to get past Dorian Mallet. So it's Karabelov who we've got one driver very slow to come to the line towards the back. That's 153 who sounds a little sick. That'll be Casey Thomas. Not sure if there was a spin back there, but Casey Thomas eventually crossing the line there in 18 minutes. There we go, confirmed it was a spin that caused the slow finish there for the 153 of Casey Thomas. So Liam Karabelov once again supreme in DRS 100s, and we're looking at a double clean sweep among our owner drivers.
Normally you get a curve one, it's too surprised. Yeah.
Oh no,
We put ours on
that's not what I'm doing the axle brake.
Out we go, DRS 45 Grand Final, our first Grand Final of the afternoon, and it's been pretty fun in all of these races. Even in the 100s, we've not had much in the way of passing, but there's been very, very close competition throughout. Definitely the 100s proof that you don't necessarily need to have passing in order for there to be a close, competitive and engaging race, even if it's not necessarily all-out action, as we, of course, look to see if Leo Edger can complete his sweep of races. Of course, he didn't manage to take the pole position, as that went the way of Odie Hole. We had a slight delay, of course, to the proceedings to get this one started. That because of the need to clear the couple of cars off the course, the couple of carts off the course, the two that came together, the top two novices, Charlie Edge and Josh Mills, coming together in that 100 race. And so it is Odie Hole alongside Leo Edger on the front row, and then it is St. Perry and Callum White on row 2. They're sent around one more time. It's interesting that they're not breaking formation. They're generally in the owner-driver classes. We see when they go around a second time, they'll speed it up a little bit, look to get a bit more heat into the tyres. Then they will reform, but they're staying very disciplined at the moment. Of course, there's no lack of discipline in speeding up at this point to warm up your tyres, but I think after some of their issues with race starts earlier, these drivers don't want to take any chances. So they're just coming around they were coming around the gearbox circuit now. They'll rejoin that now when they skip the middle bend. Just being told to slow it down a little bit. So let's see if they can reform. The outside row is a little bit further back. They then rejoin. Looks like we're good to go. Very, very clean start this time. It was a little difficult. Got a false start, as a matter of fact. So look clean, but we're not quite able to go. And that might well have been due to what we pointed out. Unless there is someone stuck out on track and we haven't spotted it. Did see what looked like a Battenberg out there, so I'm just trying to see if we missed anything. Is anyone stuck out there? I don't believe there is, so clearly just not happy with something on the start. Either they came down too fast or they weren't happy with the alignments of the rows there. The outside row looked to be playing a little bit of the outside group, rather, we should say, looked to be doing a little bit of catch-up there. So they come around again. Once again, they're a little bit quick as they do that. And they are just told, bring the pace down, slow it right down. And hopefully they'll get formed up a little bit better through this final corner. Looks like once again the outside row, oh yeah, they get the final instruction to slow down. This is a bit messier than the previous start. And well, we got moving again in the tram lines, and again it's another false start. Well, there's no way that they could let that one go. The previous start was much cleaner than that. Whether it will result in a talking to, who knows, because even that one wasn't. We had the moving out of the tram line, some drivers getting a jump, but it wasn't quite as flagrant as the earlier starts. We have the drivers being told to stop over on the back of the circuit, so they are indeed going to get a talking to. Surprisingly, they've told them to stop out on the far side of the circuit there. So there you go, they are now being allowed to go again. So just the briefest of stoppages. And I think the word is simply going to be slow down. Either that or, you can see Matt Daniels is now walking out onto the course, which leads me to suspect that they might well stop them again when they come round to the start-finish line. Andy Cox is there waiting for them. Just being told to slow it right down. But certainly the indications are they may well be stopped again. There is a red flag being waved by the start-finish line, which tells you they are going to be stopped, and it looks like Andy is indeed going to stop them. So we'll take a little break here, and we'll rejoin in a couple of moments when we get things sorted out here. Certainly not the problems weren't to the same extent as before, but still. So the front two rows are being called to the grid, being called to the front with Matt Daniels. So they're going to be I wonder if they're all going to be sent to the back. We've seen front rows sent to the back before, but front two rows will be interesting. Let's keep quiet for a moment. Let Matt talk. So off we go again, and from what little we could hear, it seems to be that the drivers on the front two rows are on their last warning. Do it again, they're going to the back, seems to have been the message there. So, once again, it will be... Yeah, so can confirm that's exactly the message that was given out, what we have just informed you on the broadcast. So, their last chance to form up on the grid correctly. First start was probably just an instance of them coming down a bit too quick. Second instance was more of a recurrence of the problems we had for the heat race. So here they come around. They're not aligned yet. They don't necessarily need to. No, they are aligned. Tell a lie. We were looking at only hold to the outside. Now they're just being told to slow it once again. Andy Cox is keeping a watching eye. They still look a little quick. Let's see if they'll be allowed to go. Bit of a gap between second and fourth on the outside there. Let's see. And we go, and well, there was some movement, but it looks like we're happy with that start. So here we go, looking for a move into the lead there is Odie Hole. Looked like the door was left open by Leo Edger, but then Edger gets the better exit. He's out wide, and Odie Hole has spun to the outside there. Hard to tell if there was contact or if Odie Hole was just crowded out there. And a battle now for second as that's Leo Edger now trying to hold off Zane Perry. And in the lead, after it all appears to be Callum White. And so through they come through the elbow for the first time. No side-by-side action for the moment, but I'm sure it won't take long for that to change. As it is indeed Callum White in the lead, and with a big gap, 6 attempts already to Leo Edger. And then Jack Edger is up in 4th. So here we're going to see a replay of that again. I wonder if maybe, actually from that angle, it looks more like Leo Edger came across the right front of Callum White and basically got turned into Odie Hole there. Either way, Odie Hole appeared to be the innocent party. As Zane Perry makes the move for second into the dogleg. As so Leo Edger will try and hold it for the second part of the corner, but he can't. And Callum White, he's lost some ground on this second lap. Perry, despite having to make that pass, has gained time to the leader. White again just urging his cart up the hill. He's done that all day. Through the first couple of corners they go and into the loop again. Perry with the fastest lap that time, 53.6. Be interested to see, of course, how Odie Hole will get on coming through from the back of the field. But with some of the chaos we've seen at times in these races, he could still rescue something, you never know. Leo Edger at the moment looking for a way back past Zane Perry, and now it's Perry urging his cart forward. Round they come to complete the third lap. Looking like Leo Edger has just dropped back slightly, and now Jack Edger is coming into the mix, just half a second behind his brother there. And through they come towards the far side of the circuit. Pretty even Stevens in the fight for second. White looks like he's re-established a bit more momentum out front, not losing time on this particular lap as the gap appears to be, the battle appears to be a close one for 4th place. There is a move actually going on for 7th right there, as that is going to be Preen making the move on Adeniji, who nearly got onto the into the top 3 of the last race after having ran at the back in the heat. Jack Edger now beginning to close in on his brother. And it's the exact repeat of the scenario we saw at Shennington with those two, where Jack Edger struggled for pace for most of the weekend, and then later on in the grand final went right past his brother. And his brother said after winning the race, look, he got past me, I couldn't keep up with him. I wonder if the same's going to happen here. Still the battle continues for 7th place. It looks as if is that a... Preen made another move there. I see a green overalls there. I'm sure that's Preen as through they come once again. The fight continues with the Edger brothers. They're starting to pull up a little bit on Zane Perry, and White's lead now is over a second, and it is indeed Preen who has moved into 6th place, and Cooper Campbell at least has actually dropped back behind Adeniji. So it's changes all around in that fight for 6th place. Once again, the Edgers are the closest battle. It looks as if Preen is close to making a move on Billy Priest in the fight for 5th place. Might well get him through the exit there. We can see a contact warning, but there's another graphic in the way, so we couldn't quite tell who it was that actually had that contact warning. As through we go to complete another lap. Leo Edger is still hanging on in 3rd. And they're just about closing in on Zane Perry, who has held the gap to Callum White that time, remains at a 2nd. And it's Harvey Preen who the contact warning was for there. As you see, the Edgers continue to fight. Don't think Jack will... If there's any drive that Jack isn't going to risk a move on, it might well be his brother, as the fight for 5th place continues, and you really can put a blanket over that quartet. It looks like a move is going on there for 7th. I think that's going to be Ade Niji being passed by Campbell Lease. Ade Niji then pulls back alongside at the exit of the elbow, but not able to get back by. Gap to 1st and 2nd remains the same. Zane Perry pulling out a little bit of distance over the edges, who continue to be the closest fight on track, along with the 4 behind them. Looks like Jack Edger is close to making a move here. He does look to be having a look. Leo is a bit better on the brakes. The move now potentially made for 6th place. Campbell Lease looks like he's going to go back past here. Preen and Priest is back in 5th. Those 4 keep swapping positions all the time. Almost look like a move back ahead there. So that's Ade Niji coming back through then into 7th place ahead of Preen. And now Solomon Ade Niji is going to have a look back at 6th place at a Campbell Lease potentially. Side by side, exiting the corner as they go through the loop there. I might give Ade Niji the run down towards the dogleg there. He's on the outside at the moment as they approach the braking zone. He might have to give that up, but he's going to try and hold. That's a sensational move around the outside from Solomon Ade Niji, and he is going to keep it at the exit, you know, around the outside there. You don't see that very often. And that puts him back up at a 6th, but then he seems to lose momentum going through the middle bend there. But he ultimately ends up keeping the place. Looks like Leo Edger for now has fended off the attention of his brother. 4 minutes to go. The question is going to be, can Callum White keep his tyres alive? Will anybody risk dropping back? Will anybody make any great strides? White remains in the lead as you see a battle. That's still going towards the front of field, actually. Still they fight around 7th and 8th. Top 3 beginning to be spread apart now, and Jack Edger looks like he's beginning to fall back into the clutches of Priest. That gap actually was over a 2nd on the previous lap, so it may well be a mistake somewhere from Jack Edger, losing 9/10 almost on that last lap. Callum White was just being ever so slightly reeled in, but he pulled out almost 4/10 on that previous lap, and so his lead now 1.4 seconds. They're side by side and clouting the curb there. I think that's Preen. That may well have allowed, or was that Priest? Two drivers with a tint of green on their helmets. Not always the easiest to tell apart. Looks as if it was Priest, as he's currently holding off Ade Niji there. And as we come back round again, White, Perry, Leo Edger banging his steering wheel in frustration. Clearly believes he should be higher up the order than he is. It's been a great weekend for him so far, and he can't be too unhappy with third place. Jack Edger beginning to fall back, as we mentioned, losing 9/10 on a lap a couple of laps ago. As they come through the doggers. That's Leo Edger there. Then behind him is Priest. Then it's Adeniji. Then Preen and Campbell Lease all right together. Now 5 drivers battling for 4th place. Have to say that since the start of the race, with the exception of that incident where Odie Hole really came off second best as he was spun at the entrance to the top bend. Other than that, it's been a very clean race. Looks if Leo Edger is being reeled in yet again. Could be a 6-way fight potentially for 3rd place. Jack Edger now less than half a second behind him. It's probably less than that now, it looks to be, as they come out of the dogleg. Looks like trying to pull alongside there is Priest. Can't quite do so as they come up towards the middle bend. Bit of a wide line in there from Leo Edger. Looks like it's going to be a pass made. I believe that's Adeniji passing Priest. And indeed it is, he's up in a 5th place. And this will be the penultimate lap, it appears, as the time runs out. And our top 2 positions look to be settled. Leo Edger running wide. Allows his brother to close right in. 6 of them right together. Jack Edger looked to make a move, couldn't do so. The move is to the back of that group. They run side by side, look like almost there. Campbell Lease losing the position and then getting it back. Then they are side by side, and Adeniji has come alive. Getting past Jack Edger there, can he get himself onto the podium? Got a lap to do it. And he's got to pass the dominant driver of the day so far. Won't be dominant in this race, of course, because the top 2 positions appear to be settled. Actually, Adeniji is under pressure there from Jack Edger looking to get back at him. That's allowed Leo Edger to pull out a slight margin as they sweep through the left-right at the dogleg. It's not the best of exits for Leo Edger. Could there be a move on potentially? Into the elbow. Looks like Leo Edger's gotten a good run into the elbow. The win for Callum White. 2nd for Zane Perry. 3rd is going to be Leo Edger just. Adeniji in 4th. Jack Edger in 5th. It's Billy Priest, Cooper Campbell Leith and Harry Preen. And they were all separated by less than a second. Fantastic battling for 3rd place there. Callum White and Zane Perry, I think, both very happy about their races. They congratulate each other on their achievements in that first grand final of the afternoon. Of course, the believe it will be Leo Edger that will be under investigation for the incident that happened there with Odie Hole, and Hole in the end. Odie Hole coming up to 11th place, so a struggle for him coming up from the back. But once again, the DRS 45s producing excellent action, and after coming home first and not quite, and they did manage to give each other a fist bump despite driving along there. It's a great sportsmanship there, and very smart of them to be able to do that, actually. I'm not sure that I don't know if I'd want to try and pull that off. So it looks as if the top 4 will be going into additional checks, and the rest of them will come back around. So it's Callum White, who, of course, was first on the road at Chennington. He gets the win here, and Zane Perry in second. Leo Edge, after 2 wins earlier today, comes home in third. That wraps up the DRS 45, the arrive and drive action for the weekend. Next on track should be the DRS 125 for their grand final. Yes, it is. DRS 125s are next on circuit. Very, very quickly back in action for our DRS 125s. We're just recording a little bit of a recap of what happened there in that 45 grand final. I have to say probably the 45s have produced the best of the action, but with that said, in the 125s behind Sam Faulkner, it has been immensely competitive. That's exactly what we said to expect coming in, because of course while Faulkner was more than half a second ahead of second place in the fight for pole position, from second to the very back of the grid, they were covered by less than a second, and that's really played out in the way that we expected it to here. It's been frantic behind Sam Faulkner, and it's been Archie Cole who has really done a spectacular job defensively. Second place, he was able to get in both of the 2 races. Let's see how they gun on here. Faulkner brings them to the line. They are ready to go. Very, very close contact between them all on that start, but it is a good start in the end. And Faulkner goes through. There is I think someone there around about 3rd place just absolutely clouted the curb, and there is an incident further back. Trying to see who that is that's involved, as we've looked like we've got 4 different parts there. See a helmet there that looks like it might be Charlie Ratcliffe's, but I don't think it is. I think he's further up the order. Let's have a look. So here they go, going into the loop. And it's just a bottleneck really towards the kind of back of the midfield. So Ratcliffe, nowhere near it. 337, 298. And it looks like there was a single plate there involved. May well have been Tommy Welsh possibly, although he's coming through in 6th for the moment. So it's Cole Watt, Dan Weir, Finley Anderson and Mark Lawrence with a trio involved. There's Faulkner Faulkner with about half a second lead, should be able to stretch out. Archie Cole holds on to 2nd, Archie Potter in 3rd, Charlie Ratford in 4th. And Ratford has been the real racer in this pack so far today. On this race, of course, he's still got to be he's still got to make the moves, but he sure has been making them throughout the course of the day. So we've had one driver pull off, and that, I believe, is Cole Watt, who has recovered back away from the confines of the circuit, just over to the gearbox layout there. Faulkner is pulling away. He has a 1.2 second lead at the moment over the pack behind, and there's some 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of them all fighting for second place. They go back towards Jake Woodrow there Jack Clayton there in 8th is the last of them. As around they come, Ratford and Potter look the closest to making a move at the moment. Snape is just falling back slightly into the clutches of Oscar Walmsley Jones. There is a bit of a hold up there further ahead. Ratford lost a little bit of ground there behind Archie Potter. Faulkner's lead is now almost 2 seconds. Ratford looks to make the late braking move into a dogleg, not able to do so. Archie Cole continuing to hold on to second. You have to say, Ratford has been the one that's made the moves. You would back him to get up there. And they're both looking for a way past. As it's Potter there, just hugging the curb. Go through, and a move to the outside. They're side by side now for second place. And is Ratford going to take advantage of it? Yes, he is. He gets down the inside of Archie Potter. As Potter got to the outside, look for the move to the inside. Had to bail out of it. And Charlie Ratford is saying, follow me, I'll help you past. And right as he says it, Potter goes back through. And is Ratford going to run out of room? No, he doesn't. But Tom Snape is the one that's forced wide as a result of it further back in that pack. But he holds on to it. There was a little bit here and scaring there, but they all get through. And Archie Cole somehow still stays in second as a result of it all. They're going to be side by side again. It's going to be Ratford again looking to make the move on Oscar Walmsley-Jones this time. And he gets the good exit out of the dogleg there, so he gets a move to him. Once again, Ratford say, follow me, I'll get you by these guys. Through the elbow they come once again. Potter now with a 7/10 of a second gap to Archie Cole. Can he close that down on this lap? Yes, he can by a 10th. But he needs more, really, if he wants to get by before Charlie Ratford is back on the scene. Should say Charlie Ratford and company. That might just lead to a little bit of a break in the hardest racing proceedings. With Cole having the gap to Potter and likewise Potter to Ratford, there's less of a potential for a move at the moment while we wait for those three to close back in on each other. Sam Faulkner, meanwhile, has a 4.3 second lead out front. And Archie Cole keeps a watching eye behind him, almost gets out of shape going into the dogleg there. The back end looked like it wanted to go around. And Potter is now back right up with him, really, as a result of that. As back they come towards the elbow again. A little bit wide from Archie Cole on the exit there as he clambers all over the curb. Potter a little bit wide coming out of the final corner, almost caught the edge of the grass there. Ratford now is right back on the scene as we said he would be. And the furious battling you would suspect now is going to be for third place. As they come through into the dogleg. Could be a move on here. Oscar Walmsley-Jones did not get the best of exit out of the top bend. There's no move there. Back up the hill they come once again. Archie Cole leading them as he has done all day. Archie Cole once again clambering all over the curbs at the exit of the elbow. Archie Cole once again getting away with that. Ratford the one looking for a move. And very, very late. And getting slowed down for the loop there was Oscar Walmsley-Jones. It cost him a little bit of ground as they now head down towards the dogleg, and through they go. Still Cole, Potter, Ratford in that battle for second. Ratford gets a good run, but he's going to be shown the outside. Cole with a better run at the exit of the elbow this time. Ratford is so close to Potter. You can tell he's easily the quickest of this pack. but he's got to try and carve a way through. He's done the perfect job of it so far in these races. Had a much better race day than qualifying day, that is for sure, for Charlie Ratford. But Archie Cole has beaten the immovable object. And Archie Potter needs to find a way to be the unstoppable force. Ratford clambers over the curbs at turn 1. Cole with what appeared to be a slightly late turn into the loop there. Ratford all over the back of Potter. Ratford looking for the move, bails out. Archie Cole looks to lose a little bit of ground going up the hill. And now here's the move from Potter. And Potter gets him into the elbow. Ratford will look to take advantage as Cole can be squeezed wide. He gets a little bit of the grasp, but no more. And Potter is in a second and Ratford is in a third. And in the end, Archie Potter did end up being the irresistible force, but there might be an even more irresistible force behind him in Ratford. Back up the hill they come once again. In towards the elbow where Potter made the move last time by. I suspect he's going to be harder to pass for Ratford than Archie Cole would have been. The tyres don't really appear to have been a factor so far. They're all quite evenly matched. Nobody's really gaining significant ground. Nobody's really losing it. Ratford got a good drive out of the top bend. Not able to make a move. And Archie Potter is even closer coming out of the dogleg into the elbow. Potter did not get the best of runs through the middle bend, but had the right line. 2 minutes to go. Faulkner is 8 seconds ahead. Once again in a race of his own. Charlie Ratford might be thinking, if I had a better qualifying, I could not necessarily challenge, but definitely close up that gap to some extent. Here goes Ratford. It's a late move. If there was contact there, it might well have been right. The question is asked, was it clean? So Charlie Ratford does, for now, get into second place. He's not able to escape the attentions of Potter for the moment. And Archie Cole is hanging on, he's just 4 attempts back. Could yet force his way onto the podium. Looks like Ratford just has a little gap, a small gap at the moment, as we head back up the hill once again. So behind, it's Archie Cole in 4th, Walmsley Jones in 5th, Tommy Welsh in 6th, Snape in 7th, Jack Clayton next, Jake Woodrow in 9th has caught that pack. And not too far behind him is Thomas Dackins, so great for the likes of Woodrow and Dackins, who have at times been towards the back of the pack. They're really not far off of the fight for second place at all. Ratford continues to just eke out the slightest of gaps. 10 seconds to go. Will they show the last lap to Faulkner this time? No. We had 6 seconds on the clock, but we're going to have 2 laps from here now. The big pack comes around once again. Faulkner's lead, almost 9 seconds. Ratford with almost half a second back to Potter. Archie Cole just falling away slightly. It looks like the main battles are going to be Cole and Walmsley Jones, and then Snape and Jack Clayton. Clayton crossing the line just a tenth behind Snape in that battle for 7th place. Sam Faulkner comes around to start his final lap. Here come Ratford and Co. Archie Cole has now fallen back considerably. 8 tenths. The gap from he to Butter. Tom Snape looks closest to making a move at the moment. Clayton is the one that was right behind him on the previous lap. Into the dogleg we go. Faulkner already heading up to the elbow and through it. Through the final corner to take the clean sweep. Sam Faulkner absolutely blitzing the field here at Little Rissington. Charlie Ratford will come home to take a well-deserved 2nd place out of Archie Butter. Archie Cole's excellent defensive driving throughout the day puts him just short of a grand final podium, with Oscar Walmsley Jones in 5th, Tommy Welsh in 6th, Tom Snape in 7th, Jack Clayton, excellent day for him, the leading novice in 8th, and then Woodrow in 9th, and Dackins not too far behind, as we mentioned earlier, in 10th place. Sam Faulkner again, utterly supreme. Go for our final race of the day. Sam Faulkner completed his clean sweep. Can Liam Karabelov complete his in the DRS 100 Grand Final? It's been an excellent day of close competition. We haven't had the same level of passing that we've had in the 125s amongst the pack, nor the 45 arrive and drive cadets, but certainly the day has promised plenty of entertainment for the DRS 100s. Have they saved all of their overtaking and general craziness for this final race of the day? Let's see. Karabelov brings them around to the start-finish line, and we are underway. Move being made in the middle of the pack. The 162 there, it appeared, looked to move in towards the middle of the circuit, but they do declare a start as Karabelov, it appears, is going to lead them into the top bend there. And it looks like we might well have had a change for second place there. Don't see Kai Newman there. Looks like Reed, I believe, has come through. Yes, he has. Reed in second, Newman in third. And in fourth there appears to be Ben Hoy. Is that side by side for the lead? It is. Reed heads Karabelov. For the first time today, Karabelov loses the lead. And they have saved the passing for last. Reed, Karabelov, Newman, Evans, Southall over the line. Hoy in sixth. They go down towards the back end of the circuit again. And there is, we're going to see here that this might have been what cost Karabelov the lead on the exit of the dogleg. That got Reed alongside and he completed the move going through Middle Bend. Karabelov coming back and back into the lead at the elbow. They're going to be side by side on the exit. Reed looking for a way back into line. Newman gets by in a second. Evans was looking for a move for third. Couldn't quite get it done there. Really too fast to make a move in a turn two. Top six right together. Frantic action here at Rissington. Karabelov urges his cart forward into the dogleg. Out of it, this is where he got the bad exit before. Newman was the one in the pre-final, of course, who was all over the back of Karabelov earlier on and just couldn't make the pass. Here we go. Are we going to see a mistake here from Reed? No mistake. Just Karabelov getting the sweetest run through Middle Bend and able to make the move at the elbow. Reed now trying to hold on for third place. Nyron Evans is right there. And right behind Evans is Cassidy Southall. Newman was close to making a move there. Well, they all really want this, don't they? It's absolutely superb racing so far. Karabelov once again going up to Middle Bend. Gets a little bit of better run through there this time. Clattering the curb is Kai Newman. That's going to cost him some ground in second place there. We'll put Reed right behind him. Seventh place now. Dorian Malik is looking to factor into things. There's a bit of a gap between third and fourth. Malik is right at the back of the four-way fight for third and making the move. Malik into sixth ahead of Ben Hoy. Newman once again is close to Karabelov. Karabelov once again gets the great run through Middle Bend. Not all over the curbs that time. Newman's made up big time since he clattered the curb at the exit of the elbow on the previous lap. He's all over the back of Karabelov now. And the move we saw from sixth from Malik has just allowed fourth and fifth, Evans and Southall a little bit further up the road. Newman right behind Karabelov through the dogleg. Karabelov, they're close. Is it side by side? Not quite. Karabelov almost in danger there of losing out. And Reed looks like he's going to join them. It looks like we're going to go back to another three-way scrap for the win. Back down the back end of the circuit again. Little bit more of a gap between the top three this time. So there might be a move around about 11th place. Not quite going to happen there. But if that might well be Joe Jennings and Harley Drake involved in that. Freddie Farrell, by the way, is down in 10th, of course, the clean sweep driver from Sheddington, losing further ground. And Karabelov, once again, he and Newman, less than a 10th in it up the line. 7 minutes to go. Can Karabelov hold on? gets a little lead, a little bit of a run coming out of the top bend there. And it's very close. 1st to 9th. Last time they went across the line, well, we can't quite see the overall deficit. We see the gaps between each of them. As Karabelov continues to defend the lead. Looks like Newman's gotten a little bit of a better run out of top bend. I think he's too far behind really to try and move, but he's right where he needs to be. So the gap from 1st to 9th, and Freddie Farrell now is in 9th place. The gap from 1st to 9th, 3.7 seconds across the line last time. Newman continues to be right there. There's nothing in it. They're so evenly matched. That's why we've struggled to see the overtaking before this race. They've all been so evenly matched, there's nowhere to pass. Especially at a circuit like Rissington. Newman's a little closer this time, but once again, he's still not quite close enough. On the exit, that's definitely where Karabelov is vulnerable. He's vulnerable at the exit of the dogleg. No question about that. You've got to try and make the move into middle bend if you're Kai Newman. You've got to set him up through the first part of the dogleg somehow. You've got to make him defend somehow. Got to make him protect the inside, get him on the exit. That's your winning move if you can find it. Karabelov that time a little bit slightly further ahead. Actually see that there's one cart being brought away from an incident scene. Trying to tell who that might be. Looks like 165 Oscar Cole is out of this grand final. Karabelov this time with a little bit of advantage over Newman. Just under a 10th quicker on that lap. You can see it visually. Karabelov is wide on the exit of the loop. Doesn't seem to cost him. 4 minutes to go, just under. They're right together. Karabelov that time gets the good exit out of the dogleg. But Newman has great momentum up the hill. Going into the elbow, they're avoiding the curb this time. Avoided that now for the last few laps. And first and second is the closest battle on track, along with 6th and 7th, where I think there's been a move. I think it's Ben Hoy trying to get back around the outside of Malik, only I think he's also going to help potentially. Is that Milcharski going through? There was somebody else going through there in a three-way battle. Karabelov, meanwhile, Newman continues to get that run up the hill. Through middle bend they go. Karabelov so good through middle bend. And the battle is on now for 4th place. Side by side, Evans and Southall. I think Southall had to move on, had to tuck back in going through the final corner. Karabelov just edging the way now. The win is in sight. So in the fight for 6th, it's Hoy now ahead of Milcharski and Malik. I think it was Milcharski making the move on Malik that we saw. They continue to battle. Newman once again right behind Karabelov. The gap virtually the same as it was earlier on. You almost want to try a different line if you're Newman. Maybe try and take a wide line through the top bend. See how it helps you on the exit. Looks like Karabelov has gone slightly more defensive through the loop, through the dogleg this time. It's not going to be enough to make anything. Karabelov is just so good. Going through the middle bend. 90 seconds to go, plus 1 lap. May well be 3 laps from here. Newman falling back through the first section of this lap. Maximilian Reed just waiting really for a situation to develop in front of him. Newman that time got a good run off of top bend. He wasn't close enough to take advantage of it, but he was visibly drawing in on Karabelov. Around they come. Should be starting the penultimate lap now. 36 seconds to go. Gap is as small as it has ever been. But once again, Newman past Karabelov through the top bend. And they're going to go, are they going to go side by side? Is Newman going to defend the inside? Yes, he will. Karabelov almost getting a slide on there. Can he get the good exits? Looks like Newman might well be able to hold on to this, but Karabelov has such a good run in the middle bend. They're going to go side by side. Karabelov is back in the lead. And Reed not able to take advantage. Who's going to win? Top 3, last lap. They're right together. You're seeing the replay of the move from Newman. There was slight contact. Whether or not they're saying anything about that, it looked just about fair. Karabelov's back ahead. Newman could have a go. Into that, they could go 3 wide. Newman looks to make the move back to the outside. Can he get the exit? This is where Karabelov has been vulnerable all race. Newman does get the exit. Reed is going to try and take advantage. Could we go 3 wide? Reed up the inside of Karabelov. He's got him. Can he make the move to the outside of the elbow? No, not quite. But can he get the switch back at the exit? He's got it. He's won it. Maximilian Reed waited for it to develop in front of him, and he stole the victory. What a fantastic last couple of laps there. It was breathless stuff between Reed and Newman and Karabelov. Newman made the move into the top bend on the penultimate lap. Karabelov gets him back. And then, oh, the mistake going through the elbow there. The penultimate corner of the race. Newman just couldn't hold it through there. He clouted the curb a couple of times on the exit, just got in a bit too hot. And Reed steals it around the outside into the final corner. What a race. That's exactly the action that the heat race and the pre-final promised, but they saved it all, as we said they might, for the grand final. What a last couple of laps. Maximilian Reed beats Kai Newman and Liam Karabelov to the checkered flag, and Reed is going to get that DRS plate. What a great finish to today's proceedings. Thank you for joining us here for round 2 of Little Rissington for the Daniel Ricciardo Series in 2024. We, of course, will have the podium presentations coming up for you shortly, so stick around for those. You'll see the timer on the screens in a moment for when those are set to begin. But for now, from myself, Ben McPhillips here up in the commentary box at Little Rissington, it is thank you and goodbye. We will see you for the podium presentation.
Okay, guys.
Welcome back to Little Rissington for the podium presentation for round 2 of the 2024 Daniel Ricciardo Series, where we're going to celebrate the achievements of our drivers from the DRS 45 Arrive and Drive category, as well as those in the owner driver categories, the DRS 125s and the DRS 100s. But first of all, we're going to do something a little bit different here. We're going to celebrate somebody that probably deserves to be on one of these podiums, but just hasn't quite made it yet. They're involved in a very special scheme that we'd like to highlight. If you can please come to the front, Solomon Adeniji. So Solomon, you're obviously involved in a very special scheme that we're going to ask you about in a moment. Just very quickly, how are you enjoying racing in the Daniel Ricciardo Series?
It's really good, and I've had some good moments and some unlucky moments, so I hope to get the podium next time.
You've been coming really good in the grand final, just not quite able to get the podium yet. What's your secret to coming so good and when it really matters?
When I have to be mentally strong, especially if I have bad qualifying, so that just motivates me to get better and I drive faster.
Well, obviously you're motivated by something that's very personal to you. If I could just get you to zoom in on the overalls here. You're racing in support of Guide Dogs for the Blind, I believe, is the cause that you're racing in support of. So they're not sponsoring you, you're effectively sponsoring them in some ways. What was it that got you involved in that scheme?
When I was 3, I was on a train with my dad. With him, because I got to go to work with him, and there was someone on the train with a dog when they're not allowed, and I asked him why he's got a dog, and then he explained to me that he's blind and that he needs it to get to places, and then after that I decided I wanted to help people that are blind, and yeah.
And how's it been working with them?
It's been good. I've been working with them for about 9 years now, and they've sent me pictures of all the dogs that I've helped and people.
And just lastly, Solomon, how can people get involved?
If you go on Google or anything, search up guidedogs.org.uk, and then it just takes 2 clicks. You press sponsor a puppy, and then it's just £4 a month.
And that's exactly how you've been getting involved. Thank you for joining us, Solomon. Unlucky not to have you up here today, but I'm sure you'll be here at some point. Thank you for joining us. Great to celebrate that course here in the Daniel Ricciardo Series, and now we are going to go to our podium presentations, and we're going to start with our DRS 45s. We're going to start with our winner from Shennington. In 3rd place was Leo Edger. And in 2nd place, Zane Perry. And our winner, not just to the race, but of the DRS plate, is Callum White. Congratulations to our DRS 45 drivers. The 100s and 125s are going to get the same prizes. Fantastic replica miniature helmets for them. It's going to be superb for them to be able to take those home. So we're going to go now to our DRS 125 podium presentation now. And our top novice driver was Jack Clayton. And in third place was Archie Potter. Our second place driver seemed to be passing people all day, and that was Charlie Ratford. And our winner, who had no passes to make, was Sam Faulkner. And our final podium presentation of the day now for our DRS 100 drivers. And our novice winner in the category was Charlie Edge. Our third place driver got the pole, won the heat, won the pre-final, but was denied in the grand final. It was Liam Karabelov. Coming so close in that frantic grand final finish was Kai Newman. And grabbing the win at near enough the final corner was Maximilian Reed. And that's it then for round 2 of the Daniel Ricciardo Series here at Little Rissington. We'll be back here later in the year, of course. That should provide more absolutely fantastic entertainment. Going to be great to have you back here again with us later on in the year. Round 2 has been superb. I'm sure that 100 finish will live long in the memory for some of those who saw it. But for now, from us here at Rissington, it is goodbye.